Hello, hello. Good morning to you all. We'll begin in a few minutes. We'd like to kindly ask everyone to take their seats. All of those who are outside, please come in and take your seats. And please, we'd like to fill all the seats in front. So please don't be shy. Please, let's move forward and fill all the seats in front. If you are sitting and you have an empty seat in front of you, it means that you are sitting too far away from us. So please come forward and let's fill up the seats so that those who come later can sit behind us and not disrupt the event. Please, so I know some names. I don't want to call names. Please move forward for us. Please, Team Waki, can you come forward? There's a lot of space. There's a lot of space on this side and on the other side as well. Please, let's have you come forward. May I kindly ask that we rise as we have our dignitaries walk in. Can you please kindly rise as we have our dignitaries walk in? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Kindly take your seats. Thank you. I'll still like to appeal to those who are all the way at the back. There's a lot of space here and on the other side. Please, let's fill up the spaces. Thank you very much. Good morning to you all. Can I have a louder response so that I know that there are people in the room? Good morning to you all. Thank you very much. That's more like it. I would like to welcome you to the University of Ghana, specifically to the ISSER Conference Hall. I would like to extend special welcome to all of those who have joined us from outside the university. Welcome to the University of Ghana. I hope that when you entered, you felt the warm Ghanaian hospitality and you are excited to be here as much as we are excited to host you this morning. In this room this morning, we have gathered here key stakeholders, including researchers, PhD students, faculty members, administrative staff, government officials, and representatives from various agencies, development agencies, and diplomatic missions. And I know that we all have an idea as to why we are here, but it's basically to foster dialogue. We want to be able to exchange knowledge. We want to explore collaboration opportunities in higher education and research. And so I'd like to welcome all of you here. This gathering will give us the opportunities to look at academic partnerships between Ghana and Norway. We review them and then we see what new paths we can chart for further collaboration. And so we are all welcome. Please feel at home this morning. But to welcome us formally, I would like to invite up here the Registrar of the University of Ghana, who is not new to Norway. She's an alumna of the University of Bergen in Norway. And this morning, she will be delivering the welcome remarks and introductory remarks as well. Please join me bring up here the Registrar, Mrs. Emilia Ejay Mensah.
Thank you so much, Pascaline. Vice-Chancellor, Pro-Vice-Chancellors, Provost and other officials of the university, the Honorable Deputy Minister of Education, Your Excellency, Ambassador John Mikael Kvistad, and other officials from the Embassy of Norway in Ghana, officials from the Norwegian Agency for Development Cooperation, officials from various government ministries and agencies, colleague alumni of Norwegian universities, students, members of convocation, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to you all, and a warm welcome also to the University of Ghana and to this program, which is jointly organized with the Royal Norwegian Embassy on the theme, Strengthening Collaborations Between Ghana and Norway in Higher Education and Research. At the University of Ghana, one of our core strategic priorities is to deepen engagements and partnerships locally and globally as a means of advancing knowledge, innovation, and societal impact. We recognize that today's most pressing challenges, from climate change to sustainable development and technological transformation, require collaborative cross-border solutions. It is through purposeful partnerships such as this that universities can remain relevant and responsive to the needs of society. Our collaboration with Norwegian institutions and agencies has already yielded meaningful outcomes in research, capacity building, and academic exchange. And today's engagement provides an opportunity to consolidate these gains, explore new areas of cooperation, and strengthen networks among institutions, governments, and alumni communities. We are particularly pleased to see the active involvement of alumni of Norwegian universities. Our experiences certainly embody the value of international academic exchange, and the contributions of alumni continue to enrich Ghana's education, research, administrative, and development landscape. As we deliberate today, it is our hope that this program will not only review and reaffirm existing ties, but also drive new initiatives that will deepen collaboration, enhance research excellence, and create opportunities for students and scholars in both our countries. We look forward to a productive and impactful engagement. Once again, you are all most welcome to the University of Ghana. And I cannot leave this stage without practicing my rusty Norwegian a little bit. Vi ønsker dere alle hjertelig velkommen. Tusen takk. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Madam Registrar. We can do it better for her as she takes her seat. Thank you very much. Registrar, I think we'll be seeing you for some lessons because Norway is a very strong partner to Ghana, and so we should be able to communicate. We'll teach them some local languages and also communicate in Norwegian with them. Thank you so much, Registrar, for welcoming all of us, for making us feel welcome this morning. It's time for us to meet our chairperson, and so I would like to bring up here now the Director of Public Affairs of the University of Ghana, Dr. Elysia Ameya-Bronya, to introduce to us our chairperson for this morning's function. Please, let's welcome her.
Thank you very much, Pascaline. The Honorable Deputy Minister for Education, Your Excellency, the Norwegian Ambassador to Ghana, the Vice-Chancellor of the University of Ghana, Madam Registrar, Provosts, Deans, Directors, Faculty, Researchers, and students, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. Thank you very much for a good response. My task this morning is to introduce the chairperson for this very important event, which builds on the many years of cooperation between Ghana and Norway. Perhaps the most befitting connection between our event this morning and our chairperson is that she herself represents the very spirit of the Ghana-Norway Academic Cooperation that we are all here to celebrate. After obtaining a bachelor's degree from the University of Ghana, our chairperson pursued her graduate studies in Norway, earning both MPhil and PhD in linguistics from the Norwegian University of Science and Technology, Trondheim, She is therefore a proud beneficiary of the long-standing educational cooperation between Ghana and Norway. Upon returning to Ghana, she began her academic journey at the University of Ghana in 2001 as a lecturer in the Department of Linguistics. Through dedication to scholarship, teaching, and service, she rose steadily through the ranks to become senior lecturer in 2007, associate professor in 2011, and professor in 2017. Our chairperson is also an astute administrator in higher education with more than 2 decades of experience in teaching, research, and academic leadership. Over the years, she has served the University of Ghana in several key roles, including head of the Department of Linguistics, founding dean of the School of Languages, the Vice-Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs. In October 2021, our chairperson made history by becoming the first female Vice-Chancellor of the University of Ghana, providing visionary leadership for this premier university and guiding it toward greater global impact while enhancing transformative experience of students and strengthening the institution's research profile. Under her leadership, the university has also intensified its commitment to multidisciplinary research and strategic development, including the adoption of a new strategic plan and a research strategy in 2024, initiatives that continue to position the university strongly in global rankings and academic partnerships. Our chairperson's leadership is also recognized internationally. She presently serves as the chair of the Council of the Association of Commonwealth Universities, one of the most influential networks of universities. She also serves as the Vice Chair of the Worldwide University Network Partnership Board and Vice Chair of the African Research Universities Alliance, reflecting the respect she commands within the global higher education community. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is our chairperson, just in brief. With a round of applause, please join me to welcome Professor Nanaba Appiah-Amfo, our chairperson for this very important gathering.
Thank you, Madam Director of Public Affairs. She doesn't often introduce me, and as I sat and listened to her, I thought I hadn't had such an elaborate introduction in a while, only for her to end by saying, this is a brief introduction of her. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Ambassador Dr. John Michael Kipstad, Ambassador of the Kingdom of Norway to Ghana, the Honorable Deputy Minister for Education, Dr. Clement Apak, and my dear friend from Bergen, Norway, distinguished representatives of the Royal Norwegian Embassy and NORAD, officials from the Ministry of Education and allied agencies. We also have a representation from the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology. I hope I got the nomenclature right. Heads of institutions and research organizations, Madam Registrar and other members of senior management who are here, heads of institutions and research organizations, project coordinators of NORAD-supported initiatives, representatives of the Ghana-Norway Alumni Association. Is my president here? Okay, great. Faculty, researchers, students, and administrative staff, development partners and members of the diplomatic community, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Or you want me to say good morning? And welcome to the University of Ghana. It is a great honor for me to chair this important gathering focused on strengthening the collaboration between Ghana and Norway in higher education and research. Indeed, it is significant and a pleasure for me not only to chair but also to host this program. As you heard from my profile, I did spend some significant amount of time in Norway. Next to Ghana, I consider Norway as my second home. I lived in Bergen and in Trondheim, more time in Trondheim though. My husband studied in Norway, in Bergen, and I had 2 out of my 3 children in Norway. So you can understand how I am emotionally connected to that country and grateful for the support that it provided, not just for me, but for many other Ghanaians. Indeed, here at the University of Ghana, as you heard, our registrar studied in Norway. Our incoming registrar, Mr. Michael Oparetia, can we see you? He also studied in Norway. Let's see you. The provost of the College of Education, who has also just been appointed as our incoming Vice-Chancellor for Research and Innovation Development, also did study in Norway. He studied in Oslo, and our incoming registrar studied in Bergen. And I can go on and talk about people currently in university management. Provost of College of Humanities also studied in Norway, and past officials. And so the collaboration between Ghana and Norway has seen very visible fruits. This event brings together a distinguished community of stakeholders from academia, research institutions, development agencies, embassies, and government, all united with a common purpose: to deepen cooperation in ways that are meaningful, practical, and transformative. At the University of Ghana, we are especially pleased to host this collaboration because it speaks directly to our mission of advancing teaching, research, innovation, and service to society. It also aligns strongly with our strategic direction, particularly our commitment to strengthen engagement beyond the classroom and to enhance academic excellence and research collaboration. Let me first acknowledge the long-standing and fruitful relationship between Ghana and Norway. Over the years, this partnership has grown beyond formal diplomacy into one marked by trust, shared values, and practical cooperation across several areas of national development. While today's focus is higher education and research, we are mindful that bilateral cooperation of this kind is most powerful when it is holistic, touching lives not only through classrooms and laboratories, but also through development partnerships, people-to-people exchanges, and knowledge for public good. The presence of the embassy, NORAD, project teams, and alumni here today is testimony to the maturity of this partnership. Honorable Deputy Minister, ladies and gentlemen, one of the most encouraging features of this collaboration is that it has produced visible and tangible results. And I've already, enumerated some. And as the program unfolds, we will hear more. The program before us highlights a number of NORAD-supported initiatives that reflect both relevance and impact. These include building capacity to cross-link coastal pollution with climate change, midwifery research and education development, MedRed, capacity building in aquatic and environmental health in West Africa, Water Essence Africa, as well as the ecosystem-based management of coastal marine resources, EcoGive project. These are not abstract ideas. They are concrete partnerships focused on climate change, marine and coastal systems, maternal health, environmental health, and water security, areas that matter deeply to Ghana, West Africa, and the world. The program also includes a presentation by the Ghana-Norway Alumni Association, which reminds us that one of the most enduring outcomes of international cooperation is the human network that it leaves behind. Alumni are bridges between countries, institutions, and generations. They carry knowledge, professional values, and relationships that continue to benefit national development long after the completion of a funded project. The testimony that Norway has contributed to Ghana's development through education is therefore not just a statement of appreciation. It is a reflection of measurable and sustained impact. These collaborations align very well with the mandate of the University of Ghana. They strengthen graduate training, expand research capacity, deepen international partnerships, and ensure that knowledge generated in the university responds to real societal needs. They also reinforce our role as a national institution committed to producing research that informs policy, supports innovation, and improves the lives of people. That's the ultimate. In that sense, NORAD is not just a funding mechanism, it is a strategic enabler of institutional excellence and social relevance. From these collaborations, several important lessons emerge. First, partnerships are most effective when they are built on shared priorities and mutual respect. Second, capacity building must go beyond individual training to include systems, departments, research infrastructure, and institutional leadership. Third, sustained collaboration requires deliberate attention to visibility, communication, and knowledge exchange so that project outcomes are translated into wider public benefits. And finally, networks such as alumni associations are not peripheral. They are central to the long-term sustainability of partnership outcomes. These lessons are reflected in the design of today's program, which combines policy dialogue, project presentation, alumni reflections, and networking opportunities. As we look ahead, the global and national context presents both urgency and opportunity. We must continue to build collaboration around areas that are shaping the future of higher education and development. I will therefore suggest that future cooperation gives particular attention to climate resilience, blue economy and coastal systems, water and environmental health, maternal and public health, digital transformation in higher education, doctoral training, innovation and entrepreneurship, and stronger pathways for policy uptake. These priorities are timely, and they are also consistent with the strengths already demonstrated in the NORAD-Ghana partnership. The announcement of NORAD 3 and the NORIC new calls for proposals is a timely reminder that the future of this collaboration can be expanded, renewed, and made even more impactful. To strengthen the collaboration going forward, I would encourage us to do 5 things. And we should deepen joint research and co-supervision arrangements, widen access for younger scholars, especially PhD students and early career researchers, including women. We still don't have the numbers that we desire to have, which is reflective of our population. Strengthening institutional systems for project delivery and sustainability. Translate research findings into policy and practice more deliberately, and create more opportunities for alumni, industry, and the public sector actors to participate in the knowledge ecosystem. Through such steps, we can ensure that the partnership between Ghana and Norway remains dynamic, relevant, and forward-looking. Honorable Deputy Minister, Your Excellency, Mr. Ambassador, distinguished guests. As we proceed with this program, let us use the opportunity not only to celebrate what has been achieved, but also to imagine what is still possible. May today's discussions inspire new ideas, new partnerships, and new commitments for the advancement of higher education and research in Ghana and Norway. Tusen takk. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Please, louder as she takes her seat. The Vice-Chancellor is also another person to see for some, language lessons in the language. So please, let's look sharp, as they say. So thank you very much, Madam Vice-Chancellor. Being informed that a number of our key officials are products of institutions in Norway makes this event even more relevant, makes the reason why we are having this event so relevant because, the grounds for partnerships has already been laid. The plant is growing, and so we want to see the fruits more and more. And so thank you all of you for being here with us. The VC has delved deeply into what to expect during the program, and so I hope that we'll all stay through, contribute as much as we can so that we can continue to make this partnership stronger. Thank you very much once again, Madam Vice-Chancellor. It's time for us to receive remarks, and first to do this, I would like to bring up here the ambassador to Ghana, Norway's ambassador to Ghana, His Excellency Dr. John Michael Vestad. I hope I pronounced the name correctly. I'm starting my lessons now, so please learn from me. Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
You did well.
Thank you.
Dear Deputy Minister and dearest Vice-Chancellor, esteemed faculty, students, not least the students, representatives of government development partners, research institutions, representatives from NORAD and NOREC, ladies and gentlemen, absolutely all protocol observed, I think. I might have forgotten the alumni, and please excuse me for that. Or, as we say back home in Scandinavia, we are a little bit less formal when we introduce our speeches. We simply say, in my country, dear everyone together. Kjære alle sammen. Good morning. It says here in my text that it's a great honor for me to be here today at this important Ghana-Norway Academic Programme. But I think, I should add there that it's not just an honor. I'm simply very excited to be here. And it started already yesterday when my colleague Silja, stand up please, and I had the opportunity to talk about this event at a morning program at the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. So very excited to be here. I'm also particularly pleased to see that there are some students here, despite their exam preparations going on. Because while today's discussions focus on policy, programs and partnerships, the true purpose of all this is, of course, you sitting here in this room. The story about Ghanaians and Norwegians is long and impressive, as we heard. It's been a journey of several centuries with all kinds of connections up through the ages. When we opened our embassy here 15 years ago, it was in order to be even closer to the heritage on the ground and to pursue increased cooperation in a wide range of fields. Politically, I can think of actually no other country in Africa at this moment that is more like-minded to Norway than Ghana is. People tend to forget this, but it's very important. That provides us a solid basis for more cooperation, both here and in multilateral organizations, such as the United Nations, for instance. We're both strong partners for peace, stability, democracy, and economic development. This gathering under the theme Strengthening the Collaboration between Ghana and Norway in Higher Education and Research is a case in point and comes at a crucial time. Across the world, we are facing complex challenges: climate change, public health concerns, environmental sustainability, and economic transformation. No country can solve these alone. Collaboration is therefore not optional, it's essential to all of us. That is why initiatives like NORHED, the Norwegian Programme for Capacity Development in Higher Education and Research, are so important. NORHED is not just a funding mechanism. It is a bridge between institutions, between researchers, and between nations. It supports not only knowledge creation, but knowledge sharing, ensuring that solutions are developed together and are relevant to the communities they serve. Our program here today reflects this spirit of partnership. From the opening remarks to the presentation of Norwegian collaboration programs and the inspiring results from ongoing research projects, we see a clear message. When Ghanaian and Norwegian institutions work together, the impact is real and measurable. We will hear about projects tackling coastal management, water systems, climate change, the health, etc. These are not distant academic topics. They are issues that affect daily life here in Ghana. Through collaboration, research is translated into action. I would also like to highlight the importance of dialogue and exchange, which this event promotes. Bringing together researchers, PhD students, faculty, administrators, policymakers, and development partners creates a unique space, a space where ideas meet experience and where innovation can truly take root. A post-colonial university in Africa is the most fundamental institution in the development of rational thinking, knowledge application, as well as sharing research in public. This is where human resources for national development are cultivated and nurtured. The emergence of the strong ties between Norway and Ghana is, among other things, rooted in a long tradition of university collaboration, particularly within the field of history, perhaps, one of my favorites, at this university and leading universities in Norway. Much of my embassy's activities today build on broad cooperation, such as the programs we have on ocean, fisheries, and energy, between many different institutions in Norway and Ghana, as you know. But Norwegian engagement in Ghana reflects a partnership built not only on aid, but on investment, shared values, women's rights, and job creation. Norway's engagement in the role of investment and the private sector is another key dimension of the extensive partnership between Norway and Ghana. It's also about supporting sustainable economic growth through responsible and long-term investments. This is what will give jobs to students after graduation, at least most of you. Not everybody is working in an academic institution. Norway supports entrepreneurship and young Ghanaians in startup companies that focus on development of new technologies. In this context, Norfund is the Norwegian government's most important instrument. By investing in local small and medium-sized enterprises, Norfund contributes to job creation and long-term growth here in Ghana. Norfund-backed companies employ around, believe it or not, 15,000 people and annually contributes approximately around $10,000 to in Ghanaian taxes. We still need to get past some hurdles, though. The double taxation agreement between Ghana and Norway was ratified in Norway already 5 years ago. It will be a great importance once completed on the Ghanaian side, because it will provide greater predictability, reduce financial risk, and support increased long-term investments and jobs for students when they leave university. Dear friends, programs such as NORED and NOREC open doors for study, for research, for international exposure. But more importantly, they challenge us to grow, to ask questions, to step outside our comfort zone, and to become not only graduates, but problem solvers. As we look ahead, Norway remains a committed partner to Ghana in higher education and research. Together, we will continue to build capacity, strengthen institutions, and invest in people. Because people are the foundation of sustainable development. In closing, I encourage each of you to engage fully today as we progress through the program. Listen, learn, and ask questions. And connect, not least. This event is not just a program to attend, it's an opportunity to be part of something larger. So please help us shape the future of Ghana-Norway collaboration by engaging actively here today. Let me close by thanking just about everybody involved in making this happen. It's quite an occasion for us. I would like to thank in particular, of course, the Honorable Vice-Chancellor, the first female Vice-Chancellor. I think that's a great point that was already made. Believe it or not, as we heard, she's actually an alumna of the university in my hometown in Norway, where she got both her master's and her PhD degrees. And we could honestly not be prouder of her contribution and cooperation. And finally, I find it on a personal note also something to cherish that most of the people in my family were born in Norway in probably the same hospital as most of your children. Dear Dana. So thank you very much indeed for giving me this opportunity on behalf of the Norwegian government to sort of pre-launch a little bit the NORED into the future in the third phase. So thank you again.
Thank you. Let's keep it going for him as he takes his seat. Thank you very much. His Excellency Dr. John Michael Vestad. Thank you for addressing us. And I mean, the fact that you are here indicates the importance of this partnership to you personally and to our team from Norway and from the embassy and from the various projects. And it shows your eagerness to strengthen the relationship that has existed over the years. And so we are very happy to receive you. We also want you to know that this event is not in isolation. It aligns very well with our strategic priorities as a university, and we look forward to enhancing our engagement and partnerships, and this is one of the ways in which we are doing this. And as we do this, it speaks to our first strategic priority, which is giving a transformative student experience to our students in terms of opportunities for research, study opportunities, and all of that. And also the second one, which is impactful research, which we are going to be discussing at length today. So thank you very much. Let's appreciate our partners for the years of partnership. Thank you so much. Our next person to bring up here for remarks is from Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology. He's going to be speaking about the Science Granting Council Initiative, and I would like to invite Dr. Cephas Ajay Mensah to come up here to address us. I don't think we are encouraging him enough. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Chair and the Vice-Chancellor for this very institution, the Honorable Deputy Minister for Education, also the Member of Parliament for Busa South, Your Excellency, the Norwegian Ambassador to Ghana, Pro Vice-Chancellors here, the Registrar, the members from the Norwegian Agency and also the NORAD Agency for Development Corporations, deans, heads of institutions, researchers over here, the scientific communities, friends, ladies, and gentlemen. The Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology is pleased to be here to share in this very useful occasion for Ghana and Norway collaboration, especially in higher education and research for development. Particularly on my behalf, I'm pleased to be invited to speak on the Science Granting Council's initiative for Africa. The Science Granting Council's initiative is a multilateral partnership that strengthens the capacities of science granting councils across sub-Saharan Africa. Since 2015, that's about over a decade now, the Science Granting Council has supported national councils, that is funding agencies, to fund high-quality research, guide innovation, influence policy, and build strong national science systems. In the last 10 years, the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology has served as Ghana's Science Granting Councils in providing funds to be able to support research and also host what you call the Granting Secretariat. In the last decade, more specifically in terms of the impact of the Science Granting Council, we have seen a platform to design research agenda together, own and tailor to the needs of our country, the respective members of the Science Granting Councils, and how the outcomes translate into social and economic use. We've also seen enhanced capacity among councils to manage and fund research, peer learning initiatives, strengthening governance systems in grant management, good financial grant practices, data in policy and decision making, research excellence and ethics, and also around monitoring and evaluation frameworks. Prof. Vice Chair, ladies and gentlemen, let me acknowledge Norway's role as a funder for the past 10 years and also continue to fund the Science Granting Council, particularly by working to ensure that African knowledge and perspectives are better represented in the global research production and gain greater influence. This includes support to research publishing with an emphasis on diamond open access publishing, science policy engagement, and conferences. Norway has also supported early career researchers and female researchers who gain access to research grants, mentorships, research schools, research networks, research funds, and the opportunity to publish research. Uniquely, a key success of the Science Granting Council's initiative has been having very useful publications and materials that serve as reference materials not only for the Science Granting Councils, but the broader research and innovation ecosystem and the broader societal good. And we are grateful to Norway for this. Not forgetting their flagship program, that's the support to independent research institutions in sub-Saharan Africa, and also the Steep Compass Initiative. Through the Science Granting Councils, we've deepened engagement with private sector by unlocking private funds to support research and innovation, and we've also seen progress in the contribution of councils towards supporting research through co-creation and co-contribution financially more. A great area, however, is that the Science Granting Councils serves as a voice to how the Science Granting Councils serve as a voice to bring decision makers closer to better appreciate and prioritize the role of research and innovation through dedicated funding to transform society by lobbying, negotiation, and enhanced diplomacy. The Science Granting Council's initiative is engaging to call for a voice to movement of persons, recognizing that movement even within our own region and beyond is at times cumbersome, and therefore the discussions about what we call research visas. Prof. Chair, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, in early February this year, ahead of the 39th Ordinary Summit of Heads of States and Government in Addis Ababa, the next phase of the Science Granting Council's 3 was launched during the ACI weeks organized by Order Nepad. The next phase of the Science Granting Council's initiative, 2026 to 2030, establishes what we call the Science Granting Council's Initiative Alliance, a new platform that deepens African ownership by enabling councils to lead decision-making, shape research agendas, and strengthen partnership across the continent. The Science Granting Council Initiative supports SCI system strengthening in 20 African countries for the next 5 years. Now we say 20 or 20 plus, and I will explain. The funding partners include the government of Ghana, the government of Canada through the IDRC, the National Research Fund of South Africa, the government of Norway, the UK's Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, Welcome UK, and the German Research Foundation. The 20 councils that are part of the Science Granting Councils are to the east of Africa. We have Kenya, we have Tanzania, we have Uganda, we have Rwanda, and we have Ethiopia. And to the south of Africa, we have the NRF South Africa, Namibia, Botswana, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Angola, Mozambique, and Malawi. And to the west of Africa, we have Ghana, we have Nigeria, we have Sierra Leone, we have Senegal, we have Ivory Coast, we have Burkina Faso, and we have Togo. These are the 20 councils through which we drive the Science Granting Council. Of course, there are some interest from 5 other people, DRC Congo, from our own Benin over here, from Lesotho, from Swaziland or Eswatini as we normally call it, to also be part of the Science Granting Council's initiative. And the initiative is looking at that broadly. The funders has committed a joint funding of $42 million to the initiative over the next 5 years. In addition to support from the funding partners, we also recognize African national governments for their investment in research through the granting councils. One of the key outcomes over the past 10 years that Mercy has played is a role in ensuring that Ghana also have our own Ghana National Research Fund. And we are aware that not long ago, through the Ministry of Education, Deputy Minister is here, government has given them a seed money to be able to what? To operationalize the DNRF, having already established it as far back as 2020. Let me say, as the Science Granting Councils progress, the SGCI 3 will build on the foundations of the Science Granting Council Initiative 2 around 3 core outcomes. The first one is about how to increase production of high-quality African-led research and scale innovation, addressing development challenges. And the second, enhancing STI policy influence by African Science Granting Councils, strengthening research and innovation management operations around the Science Granting Councils. The AGCI calls for additional resources. The vision is that the AGCI will promote a future where African Science Granting Councils are leaders in implementing the Science, Technology and Innovation Strategy for Africa 2034. The countries will increase their national investment in STI, and then there will be evidence in innovation that will guide economic and social transformation, and regional networks will accelerate solutions to shared challenges. Prof. Chair, ladies and gentlemen, we call on national governments and other partners to support the AGCI implementation as research and innovation drive solutions in Africa's challenges, from climate resilience to public health, agriculture, digital technologies, and also in industry development. The research and innovation community is warmly invited and welcome to continue to play and also position themselves in responding to calls and also making themselves available as think tanks, as experts, and also as key influencers within the ecosystem as the initiative rolls out. Mercy continues to support institutions through the funding initiative, and the University of Ghana through the Office of Research, Innovation and Development has been a beneficiary of some of the initiatives and granting councils, including other institutions within the University of Ghana and also other universities across. Ladies and gentlemen, as we grow so that the Science Granting Council Initiative 3 is seen that the implementation continues to make the necessary impact, I again stand to acknowledge the roles of our funding partners, NORAD, which is here, for their support in research and development, and to also to continue to play our roles within the research and innovation ecosystem in addressing societal challenges for the good of our two countries and also for the global community. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was Dr. Cephas J. Mensah from the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology, and he's also added his voice to the reasons why we must build on this relationship to advance research and development. Thank you very much. Thank you. We couldn't have had this event without the involvement of our sector ministry. And so even though the minister, I believe, had equally important things to attend to, he did not leave us hanging, but he sent back home one of our own, who until he responded to the political call, was a very active member of our university community. And so, ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome the Honorable Deputy Minister for Education, Honorable Clement Apak, to address us now. Please, we need to encourage him some more. He might be making some promises that we can latch on. So please, let's encourage him some more.
Thank you. Thank you, Pascaline. And she's right. I will try and keep my comments very brief. You know, we politicians, we like to talk for very long. And then when you are an academic turned politician, it's even compounded. So, Your Excellency, the Norwegian Ambassador to Ghana, my good sister, our Vice-Chancellor, distinguished partners, faculty, researchers, and students, ladies and gentlemen, and do permit me to stand on the well-established protocol. Let me begin by making a few disclosures. It's indeed true that I was a student on this very campus from 1992 to 96. And I'm sure the younger students are probably saying old bone. You are right to say so. And I was in the then Department of Archaeology. I had a chance to go to Norway, and I must say I applied on my own through a senior who had gone to the University of Bergen, and I was admitted. In those days, we had no internet. You had to write by hand and post in that our post office. I was admitted on my own accord, and there was no interference. That should tell you how fair the Norwegian system has always been. Then I got admitted to the University of Bergen to pursue archaeology. I was there from 97 to 99, and that is how VC and I from University of Ghana were both at the University of Bergen. And she has always been a family friend. In fact, a very close friend of my wife then. And she spent a lot of time in our kitchen in Fantoft. Anyway, but my life in Norway was very, very exciting and instructive. I took my exuberance from Commonwealth Hall, University of Ghana, to the University of Bergen. And so that gave me a prominent place in the international student movement fold. I became the president in Norway. Then I became the national president of international students in Norway. I went on to become the president of the Fantoft hostel, and I played active volleyball. You can see our ambassador's height. The Norwegians are very good at volleyball, and I was lucky to have justified my inclusion in the 3rd division in the Norwegian league. Very competitive. As an avid dancer, my favorite nightclub in Bergen was Bankoroto. I don't know whether it is still there. This is to tell you that I didn't just go to study, but I imbibed the Norwegian system, and I believe it helped to lay the foundation of what I have become today. I came back to lecture in my department, and as our MC rightly exposed me, I was drafted to serve in the John Dramani Mahama I government as a presidential staffer. So it's a very nostalgic moment to be back on campus within the context of an event to do with Norway. And so I'm very grateful to have made it in spite of the other challenging events. You can understand why I had to choose this event over all the other events. Thank you. So on behalf of the Minister for Education, I am honored to be with you today at a time when global challenges demand not isolated efforts, but strong and purposeful partnerships. This collaboration for which we are here today between Ghana and Norway is not just timely, it is essential to shaping the future of higher education and research in our two countries. And I think we have a lot of examples in this auditorium to show that this is an ongoing process, but we seek to deepen and, as the theme indicates, strengthen that relationship. So the theme for today's program, Strengthening Collaboration in Higher Education and Research, speaks directly to a reality we cannot ignore. No nation today can develop sustainably without investing in knowledge, innovation, and human capital. Ghana's partnership with Norway continues to demonstrate that it is possible when collaboration is intentional and results-driven. Through initiatives such as NORAD and NORIC, we are witnessing tangible progress not only in research, but in the training of highly skilled professionals and the strengthening of institutional capacity. Today, our universities are not just creatures of learning. They are engines of national transformation. Through joint research in critical areas, such as climate change, water resource management, public health, and coastal development, this partnership is producing solutions that directly address our nation's developmental priorities. More importantly, these collaborations have led to the establishment of new postgraduate programs, improved research infrastructure, and increased international visibility for our two institutions and nations. Moving forward, our focus must be on scaling these gains and ensuring that research outcomes translate into policy and practice. Ladies and gentlemen, colleague academics, because I'm still on loan to the political establishment, so I consider myself a part of the University of Ghana. As a government, we are committed to deepening this partnership through increased support for research and innovation, stronger alignment between academia and industry, and policies that promote knowledge transfer and skills development. We must move beyond collaboration for its own sake and pursue collaboration that drives measurable impact. Impact that improves livelihoods, strengthens institutions, and drives economic transformation. Let me also emphasize the role of students and young researchers. We were once like you. So just imagine what you can achieve in your time with all the opportunities available at your fingertips. You no longer have to write by pen and go to the post office and post. You can explore all the potentials in Norway just by your hand device, your Android phone. So you have a better opportunity compared to the Vice-Chancellor and myself in our day. So take this opportunity to explore and improve yourself, and then come back home like we have to contribute to your national development. So let me indicate that the future leaders are the young people in this room They are going to be the innovators. They will be the problem solvers who will carry this partnership forward. And as I promised, I wasn't going to speak for long. In conclusion, the Ghana-Norway partnership stands as a model for what effective international cooperation can achieve. We should therefore continue to build on the foundation with greater ambition, deeper collaboration, and a shared commitment to excellence. Together, we can transform knowledge into solutions and partnerships into progress. Before I take my seat, let me humbly request that the president of the Ghana-Norway Alumni Association registers me effectively now as a member in good standing of the Ghana-Norway Alumni Association. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. Please, let's appreciate him as he takes his seat. I'm sure that those of you who didn't school in Norway, by now you are feeling left out and all of that. So as I was sitting there, I was trying to remember how I could also align. And then I remembered that my father had very strong links with the University of Trondheim. And so today I'm also associating myself with the Norway team and all that. So those of you who don't have associations, you better join the Vice-Chancellor or the Registrar or the Deputy Minister or any of the other people who were educated over there. So thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. And we always look forward to welcoming you back home. Thank you. So it's time for us to receive our presentations, part of our presentations that have been lined up for this morning. And I would like to bring up here first Dr. Greets Benjaminson, who is a senior advisor at the Norwegian Agency for Development Cooperation. As she comes, please, let's encourage her. Dr. Geet. So the minister has to take leave of us. So I would like to kindly, just a few minutes for us to take a group photograph before he leaves. So we invite our photographers. Please, let's come up here. We'd like to invite all our dignitaries. First of all, the Vice-Chancellor, the Registrar, and members of University Management to take the first photograph. And we'll ask the presenters to join them for another photo. Can we have the presenters, please? If you can have the presenters join them. Is it okay if they stand up here? Dr. Gates, please stand with me up here. Yes, I think it will be better to get a good shot of you if you come up here. Okay. I think they can't see you. Okay, thank you. So I hand the microphone over to Dr. Benjaminson as she takes us through her presentation. Yeah, do you have them? Okay. Okay. Great. Are you okay? I think I will be able to maneuver everything here. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me well? Speak up. Okay. This is better. Honorable Deputy Minister of Education, Your Excellency, the Norwegian Ambassador to Ghana, Vice-Chancellor of the University of Ghana, Pro-Vice-Chancellors, Register, Provost, Deans, Directors, Faculty, Researchers, students, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you for the invitation to speak at this important event. It is a great pleasure for me to be here, really. My name is Grete Benjaminsen, and I come from the Norwegian Agency for Development Cooperation, NORAD, an agency under the Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In NORAD, I'm part of the small team that works with Norway's support to the academic sector in Africa. I have been invited to talk about our flagship program for support to the academic sector, the NORAD program. But before I do so, let me give some context and history of the academic collaboration and engagement between our two countries. We've already heard a bit about it, but I will talk about it more from the kind of programming side. Over the years, our programs have taken different forms and carried different names. Traditional scholarship programs, where students from the Global South have come to Norway to study, have included the NORAD Fellowship Program, the Quota Scheme, NUFU, and NORMA. We've had mobility programs for both students and faculty staff, such as the NORPART program. And the Research Council in Norway has had various research programs for research conducted in the Global South, where Norwegian institutions have collaborated with counterparts in the region. And a recent example for that is the Global program. And then there have been programs focusing more on academic partnerships between universities, such as the NORAD program, which is the focus on this presentation. And we are about to end the second phase of the program. I hope that many of these names are familiar to you, and I know we've already heard that several of you have had the chance to participate in some of these programs. But as you see, that Norway's engagement has changed over time. And for many years, the focus was on providing scholarships for students studying in Norway and to support research in the Global South carried on and often led by Norwegian universities. The focus now in Norwegian development cooperation, or the support to the academic sector, is gradually shifting towards what we call system strengthening and a broader approach to the academic sector in Norway's partner countries. So before I talk about the NORAD program, let me say a few words of why the academic sector is important in Norwegian development cooperation. And this is probably quite obvious to you, and we've heard previous speakers talk about the same, but the academic sector plays a key role in the development of every nation and every sector within the society. So investments in higher education and research is essential for reducing poverty, for protecting the planet, for fostering democratic values and equality. And
knowledge is needed to ensure the advancement of all sectors, as I said, be it health, energy, management of natural resources, the social sectors, etc. So the overall goal of Norway's support to the academic sector is to contribute to an academic sector in the sub-Saharan Africa that delivers on its social mission. And in other words, that means that we want to contribute to a sector that educates a qualified workforce with competencies that are relevant for the labor market and the society, which conducts research and generates knowledge and innovative solutions that address national, regional, and global challenges, and which engages with the broader society, with the government, the private sector, civil society, local communities, and which contributes to critical debates about policies and practices. So I mentioned that historically we've seen that funding from Norway has gone through Norwegian researchers and universities or through individual scholarships. But we've seen also in the programs that we have had previously that African researchers too often have ended up as research assistants, facilitators in the research programs we've had, and even sometimes translators. And unfortunately, this is also it has to do with the funding streams, right, and the agenda setting. When it's the Norwegian universities that are in charge of applying for the funds, this is unfortunately very often the case. So as a consequence, we are trying to correct this. And an important part of our current support is, and this has already been mentioned by our colleague from MEST, we have programs that try to make funding available at regional and national level for local researchers that you can apply on directly. And so that the researchers can lead projects, design themselves, and they are in charge of the agenda setting and the defining the research programs or projects. And one initiative that has already been mentioned is the Science Granting Council initiative. And I'm very happy that we have a representatives from the Ghanan initiative here. As he said, this initiative includes the support to 20 national research councils across Africa, including Ghana. And I'm happy to understand now that it's up and running, operational. I was in Dakar 2 days ago, and I met your counterpart there. So it's a very important program for us. And I can mention also that we have projects or programs that we have also entered into bilateral partnerships with some national research councils. An example is Tanzania, where we are together with SIDA funding a large research course directly with the COSTEC, the national council there, on climate change. And currently there are 40 research projects with teams consisting of Tanzanian researchers only conducting research on climate change in Tanzania through this initiative. We also support other research agencies that you might be familiar with, such as the CODESTRIA, the Council for Social Science and Humanities, based in Dakar, and in SIPE, that is a research institution focusing on food-related issues. These are examples. But it's not only the funding that we believe is constraining researchers for actually conducting research. while I don't know the context in Ghana very well, I know that in other countries there's a challenge with students, also postgraduate students, even students who have finished their PhD, or graduates from PhDs, they don't have had proper training in methodologies, research ethics, academic writing, etc. So it's hard to pursue an academic career. Again, I don't know if this is the case in Ghana, but I know it's the case other places. And in order to compensate for that, we have partnered with INASP, which is an Oxford-based organization that provides training in academic writing, research ethics, etc. And also training for supervisors, actually, and proposal development, which is also an important part of the skills that the researcher need. And they are running a digital program that are available to all NORAD partners. And for those of you who are involved in NORAD today, I hope this program is familiar to you. If not, come to me afterwards and I will connect you if you're interested. So let's move to NORAD. So NORAD is Norway's flagship program on capacity development and higher education and research. In higher education and research. It accounts for actually 80% of our overall funding to the academic sector. The program started in 2013, and we are now in the last year of the second phase. The overall goal of NORAD 2, the current phase, is to strengthen the capacity of higher education institutions in developing countries to produce higher quality graduates, more and better quality research, and more inclusive higher education. NORAD 2 has an overall budget of 1.14 billion Norwegian kroner, which is equivalent to a little bit more than $100 million US. The program runs for 6 years, and the current phase has 60 projects globally. It includes partners all across the global south, but with the focus on Africa. Then some key characteristics of the program. So it's a South-South-North partnership model. So all projects includes at least 2 institutions in the global south, and normally 1 Norwegian university. It kind of tries to, also stresses the kind of the South-South academic collaboration and peer learning, and the opportunities for less experienced universities in the region to learn from more experienced ones. It includes the strengthening of educational programs, and particularly at postgraduate level. And this is, and projects often include updating of curriculum or curriculum reviews, updating of pedagogical approaches, integrating the use of digital tools, but sometimes also the establishment of new programs when this is needed. Some projects also have training for lecturers and training for supervisors. Scholarships are still provided through the NORAD program, but primarily to faculty or academic staff in the institutions. Because we see that in many institutions, the strengthening of formal qualifications of the staff is key, is needed, and it's key for the quality of the educational programs taught. Degrees are only exceptionally taken in Norway. In most cases, students take their degrees in their home countries or in another university in the region. NORAD does, however, provide opportunities for postgraduate students to spend up to 6 months in a Norwegian university to follow specialized courses, work with a Norwegian supervisor, get access to laboratories, libraries, etc., and just build networks, right, which is so important in academia. It includes the possibility for investments in small-scale infrastructures, and there's a emphasis on gender equality and inclusion, not only in recruitment of students and staff, but also in more kind of the curricula, research, and institutional policies more in general. Thematically, the second phase of NORAD has 6 sub-programs, but as you see, these are quite broad. I think it's quite hard to find a topic that cannot find its place in in one of these programs. It has been mentioned earlier, but Ghana participates in 6 projects within the second phase of NORAD, and these are the title of the projects and the participating institutions, and all these projects also collaborate with at least one Norwegian university and other universities in the region. So this was a bit about, I'll go back a little bit actually. Let me go there. So this was a bit about the current phase of the NORAD program and how it looks now. As I mentioned, the current phase is about to end. And then over the past year or so, NORAD has been working on preparing for a new phase of NORAD. And we've had a number of consultations among partners in Africa and in Norway, and 2 of my colleagues were here at the university, I think in September last year, to discuss with you and get feedback from you into the next phase. We've also had several reviews and analyses that have informed the new phase. This is still work in progress, and there are some things that haven't been settled or formally decided upon yet. And I should also say that since this is supposed to be a competitive call for proposals, there are also limitations to what I can say, since all applicants should have access to the same information. But there are some things I can say, and I think these are actually essential for the new phase. The new phase will focus on sub-Saharan Africa only, and interregional academic collaboration will be key. There will be still participation of Norwegian universities, because through the consultations we've had, it has been very clear from our partners across Africa that they still want to have that possibility to collaborate with Norway. There will be an increased focus on African-led partnerships. This means that NORAD will enter directly into agreements with African universities. And it will be, these universities will be responsible for coordinating the partnerships, the consortia, for the various agreements. And this also means that it will be the African universities that will be the eligible applicants for this call. And this is quite a change from the second phase, where we had agreements with Norwegian universities, and which then had sub-agreements with partners in the region. Yes. Thematically, we don't expect big changes. It will still be a broad call. And the launch is expected to come in June this year, and then we expect to start or sign agreements and start implementation next year. So since Ghanaian universities are so important partners for us in Norway, and since you also have a very prominent role, I think, in the African academic sector, we really hope to receive many high-quality proposals from Ghana. And with that, I will conclude, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Benjaminson, for taking us through the program for capacity and development in higher education and research. Please let's applaud her one more time as she takes her seat. Would like to bring on the next presenter. She is Mrs. Rakia Bihi, who is a program advisor with the Norwegian Agency for Exchange Cooperation, NOREC. And she'll be speaking on the NOREC Grants for Work Exchange Cooperation, and she's joining us online, and so we'd like to bring her in through the power of technology. Yes, so we have her up here. So if you are ready, we are also ready for you. Can you hear us? Okay. Can you say hello so that we can... Hello? Is there a way the control room...
Sorry, can you guys hear me?
Okay, great. Okay, right. We can. Can you hear us? Or we are not live? The microphone is probably not...
Oh, sorry, I can't hear you, but let me start. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, guys, I can't hear you, that's why.
Okay.
My name is Raka, and I'm here to present NOREC for you. And so, yeah, let me start. So NOREC is a Norwegian agency for exchange cooperation, as you probably have heard, and it's been mentioned a couple of times today. NOREC is an agency under the Norwegian Minister for Foreign Affairs, together with NORAD and Norfund. The one special thing about NOREC, you might have known the name before as Peace Corps or Fredskorps in Norwegian. And we changed name and moved to Førde, which is on the west coast of Norway, in 2018. So that's where we're located. And also NOREC has been... was established in 1963, as you probably have also seen. Just quick to show you how many different departments we have. We have the section for private sector and public institutions, and the sector for civil society or NGOs, for example, and those are the two ones that are most relevant in this case. We also have the section for knowledge and learning. So our grant for exchange cooperation supports global partnerships for sustainable development by funding international work exchange. And there's also twofold process of this. So it's to provide young people with international experience, enables sharing of knowledge and mutual learning across countries. And this is a picture from one of our network meetings in Uganda. We also support projects that all work on the UN Sustainable Development Goals, where we have projects, for example, to improve quality and disability services, and that you will probably see in this presentation. I'll explain more. But we also have other programs like preventing HIV and AIDS among vulnerable groups. We also have empowering youth through circus and performing arts as part of our projects. And you can see we have many, many more. Why would you want to use our model? So the NOREC model builds strong international partnership. It also gives you the opportunity to work with other institutions or with other organizations, and you can also exchange your staff. Your staff gets to develop new sets of skills, perspectives, and international experience. Wait, 1 second. Hi? Oh. Sorry. Maybe okay. Sorry, I made a little mistake. I thought you guys could see my presentation. So I hope you can see it now. So this is what I was talking about. We provide young people with international work experience, and we enable sharing knowledge and mutual learning across countries. And we also have the development sustainable goals that we use as part of our programs. And we have, this is part of what I was talking about, some of the programs that we support. And now I hope this is where I was. So we hope that when you have an international partnership in our model, that it helps you build good corporations and work together, but also you get to exchange your staff and develop your staff, and you get to give them new skills, perspective, and international work experience. You also get to exchange best practices where you can share your work methods, approaches, and strategies that strengthen your work. You also get to improve services and results to beneficiaries based on new ideas. And one of the main things that we have learned is that it strengthens institutional capacity. Organizations learn new things and they have new competence that they develop and use, for example, for internal reasons or practical things that they can use later on. And this is an example of one of our projects. It's the leprosy mission. It's a project between Nepal, Bangladesh, and Myanmar, where they exchange staff between the hospitals and the clinics that they have. So they have doctors, nurses that they exchange. And one of the impact is that people get treatments earlier. And you also have shorter hospital stays, and the patients feel more independent, which is a very important part of why, I guess, this is very important for you. So to talk about NORHED and NOREC synergies, NOREC currently, we support the following institutions, and they have exchange programs with institutions in the south regions. We have University of Agder, Western Norway University of Applied Science. We have Molde University College. We also have University of Southeastern Norway. And one of the very important things about NORHED, it strengthens higher educational institutions through long-term academic cooperation. And we strengthen organizations by having the staff on exchange and to enable mutual learning and knowledge transfers and practical things in their day-to-day work that they can bring back to the organizations. And also, if you look at the shared approaches, we support the North-South and the South-South learning, and as its own institutional level and also organizational levels. And we focus on the SDG 4 quality education, SDG 5 gender equality, and SDG 17 on partnership of the goals. And I think it's very important to maybe also talk about the fact that, for example, we don't support international students to gain international education, but NORHED does that in their programs. We support the organizations to share skills and to build each other, and especially in institutional cases where, for example, a university from somewhere in the southern region can learn from the Norwegian universities, and also vice versa. And we complement each other, especially also with the Erasmus programs, where students get the international experience and study. And I think it's very important to see how the three of them are interlinked, and this is what builds up students for the future. So we have started a project in Ghana actually this year. We have two projects, one with the University of Ghana that is starting in 2026. We also have another one with university in Kenya, Ghana, Malawi, South Africa, and Norway, and it's on eye care education and clinical training and policy advocacy, which is very important. And this is the first time we have projects in Ghana, and we just had a call for proposal that ended 1st of February. So who can apply for our grant? It's civil society organizations, public institutions, and private companies. We also look at these things before you apply. And one thing to mark that's very important to remember with NOREC grants is that we want partnerships of 2 and more and in different countries. So applying as one institution organization is not something that we support, but you can always find people to work with. It's also important to have administrational capacity and financial stability. We also have a partner list of the countries that we work with, which is on our website, but it's important to just see maybe where you can gain new capacity or teach someone something else. These are all the projects that we've had in 2025. So 190 partners, 76 projects, and 28 countries. And as you can see on this map, it's very diverse, all the countries that we work in, all the way from Asia to South America to a lot of countries in Africa. So to be able to apply to our grant, we have something called two phases. Phase 1 is the concept development phase, where you, together with a partner, submit the project idea you have, and then we will work together to figure out how you can develop that idea. And you will receive funding for the development period, where you guys get to meet, and we always encourage to meet in person and have a workshop where you talk about your idea. And this is very important for the ownership part of the project. And we also provide guidance in how to successfully have a work exchange project. So when you have done phase 1, if you get approved and you move on to phase 2, we have, so after you move on to phase 2, you submit a full project application. And if you get approved, you will receive funding to carry out the exchange. And it's also important to note that our exchange are usually between 6 to 18 months. And we also provide mandatory preparatory training and homecoming trainings before they go on exchange and after they come back. And we give these trainings so that they also have a really nice landing when they're coming to a new country and also when they're going back home. Our grants usually cover allowances, salaries, stipend, accommodation, all that. We also cover language courses. And the reason for that is it's a big part of the exchange, right? The cultural exchange, but also to learn new languages. And in some cases, when you work, let's say in very rural areas, the language becomes very important. And that's a very important part we have seen of our projects when we ask, what was the one thing that you learned? It's the language, and it's something they appreciate. We also have the administrative costs. It's usually the annual partner meeting where you guys meet physically. We also have a partner training that NOREC provides, where you get training in how to manage an exchange project. We also give a small grant for equipment and then also a grant for audit. So our grant is application-based and competition-based. And it's also the partnership approach where you partner up either with an institution or with an organization and you work together. And the reason for that is very important to have ownership and to know, for example, what kind of capacity as an institution do you need from another institution and what capacity are you able to give back. And it's very important that you both have the give and take, where you also have something you can teach when you send your students, for example, or your staff to go on these exchanges. We also have a very diverse project portfolio, and we have different thematics all around the world. And we also have a call for proposal that's coming up on 1st of September 2026. And you also can go on our website to get more information about NOREC. Thank you.
Hello, thank you very much. Please, let's acknowledge her again. Thank you for speaking to us about NOREC. Would like now to bring forward from the University of Ghana, representing the Dean of International Programs this morning, we have Professor Nicholas Dai. He's representing the University of Ghana's Dean of International Programs, and he himself is the coordinator of international programs at the College of Health Sciences. Please, let's acknowledge him as he comes. And he's going to be talking about UG Erasmus+. So Let's give him the same attention as we did.
I'm grateful. Distinguished Chair, our able Vice-Chancellor, Professor Nana Abba Appiah-Amfor, please permit me to stand on the established protocols whilst I wait for my slides, just to give a brief background of what the Erasmus program is all about. Indeed, I'm standing in for Professor Jemima Anderson, the Dean of the International Programs. I would like to briefly highlight the importance of the Erasmus program and the opportunities it presents to our students, faculty, and institutions. The Erasmus Plus is the flagship program of the European Union for education, training, youth, and sports. The Plus represents the additional opportunities that initially was not included. So it has been expanded beyond student exchanges to include staff, mobility, curriculum development, research collaboration, institutional partnerships, youth programs, and sport. This is a huge grant. The total amount is 26.2 billion euros, plus additional 2.2 billion euros from other European institutional instruments. And this total amount is made available for a period of from 2021 to 2027. However, the big challenge with this grant is many do not know about it, and therefore very few people apply for it. And even if they do, it's just about student exchange programs, joint research, and so forth. But I think that we can leverage this in order to do a lot more for universities in Ghana. Coordination. While our Bergen colleagues, they provide funds for all the program costs. So that's the kind of partnership that we have with respect to the collaboration that exists. And again, with University of Agder, the Erasmus Plus agreement with UG School of Nursing and Midwifery, our focus is on student mobility and staff exchange. And then, of course, the grant also facilitates curriculum enhancement and professional development. Then, with respect to Arctic University of Norway, we also participate in social work, and the focus is on our student mobility and staff exchange that engenders knowledge sharing, exposure to social welfare systems, and practice. These universities, the remaining 10 that I talked about that our agreement have expired, even though it has expired, we leverage on the relationship we've built over the years in order to influence the relationship that goes on with the three that I had spoken about. So with these ones, the scope of collaboration include exchange of students and staff, educational collaboration in areas of mutual interest, exchange of academic materials. Then we jointly organize symposia, conferences, short courses, and research meetings. I want to say that as part of the University of Ghana Strategic Plan, which deals with the 5 thematic areas, including the transformative students' experience, this is in alignment with it. Our collaboration is in alignment with that because we want to give our students the opportunity not only to be local champions, but to be global champions, so that wherever they find themselves, they can perform. And then the second one is the impactful research. You cannot do research all alone by yourself without having partners. So we view our partnership with the Norwegian institutions as a great one. We don't only see them as partners, but we see them as great allies that enable us to build capacity in our institutions, to do joint research, to do joint publications, and to enhance our visibility on the global scene. I would like to conclude that UG maintains active partnership with 3 Norwegian institutions, and that we cannot joke with the Erasmus program, because there's so much that is there that we can leverage on to expand our research collaboration and activities within University of Ghana and the globe over. Then for the expired agreements, IPO is working hard in order to activate them and to make them usable again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. May I ask that you encourage him as he takes his seat. Thank you very much, Professor Dai. So during this session, we have taken 3 presentations. It's now time for questions. When you get up, please tell us who your question is addressed to. Do we still have Mrs. Bihi on the line? Okay, so let's know who your question is addressed to, and let's keep our questions short and straight to the point. This is what I'll suggest we do. We'll take 4 questions in all. We want to take 1 from this side. Those seated in the middle will take 2 because you are more. And then we'll take 1 from that other side. Do we agree to that? Is that okay for all of us? Thank you very much. So can we have any question from here? If anyone is ready to ask a question, or should we move to the middle lane? Please just show by hand. We have the microphones in the middle, and then you can ask your question. Anybody? Prof? Yes. There's a microphone. Can you help us with the microphone? Okay, there's another one here.
Yeah, I'd like to start off with a statement that it is a very rare opportunity to meet donors, VC, and for you, the young people, whose future is uncertain. The fact that you don't ask questions is an indictment on you. You can't just sit there and ask old people like me to speak for you. I have no vested interest in your future. 2050, where will I be? But my question, Mr. Ambassador, you made a very interesting statement at the start of your... Can you turn the gain? The gain is too high.
I think it's the speakers are behind you. So it's giving me feedback. Yes.
Sorry, I should have introduced myself. I'm Prof. Chris Gordon. I'm the PI for the BC5 project. And I would encourage you to look at our student posters. You made a very interesting comment at the beginning, where you talked about the informality of a public event when it comes to greeting and so forth. This is a major cultural difference. I think that the question I want to pose to you and our Norwegian colleagues is, how can we bridge those cultural gaps in terms of the way we approach things? But it's also another side of it. Though you are very informal in interaction, when it comes to budgets and reporting, you're very much the opposite. There's a slight conflict in my mind about this, that anything can go at one side and everything has to be exactly. But I would like you to maybe speak on how we can bridge that cultural gap that exists between Ghanaians and Norwegians.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Yes. Okay, VC would add some before we move. Yes. This way.
I thought you'd take a few more questions, but anyway, directly to try and comment on your question. You are right on point, because there are naturally cultural differences between my country and yours. I mean, that goes without question. I think the only way to try to reach some of that or learn from each other is that we meet. We meet here today, we can meet through the programs that we are all talking about today, because it's the human contact that might lead to something. The informality that you'll find in Norway and throughout Scandinavia is something based on long history, all the way back to the Viking ages, gender equality, the way we treat each other. We have very flat and horizontal way of working. So if I want to, I can pick up my phone, it's lying there, I can call my Prime Minister like this, if it's important enough. It's not something I do often, maybe once a year, but I can do that. I don't think there's any Ghanaian ambassador who can ever call President Mahama directly like that. So that's just one example. And when I said, instead of paying respect to all the distinguished people in the room when I open a speech, I would just use the same way of doing it as my Prime Minister, His Majesty King Harold V will do, and they will say, "Kjære alle sammen," which means, as I said earlier in my speech, "Dear everyone together." And so there's no power distance to talk about in my society. We are on first names, we cut all our titles. It's actually for me a culture shock to come to Ghana and be called His Excellency, Dr. Ambassador, I don't know what. I'm John Michael to most people, that's my first names. So that's just an example. So we need to talk to each other respect each other in a human way, and maybe not so much from a Scandinavian perspective about titles and what we have accomplished, etc. It's a different way of showing respect. It comes from the heart more than from the head. I don't know if you can get that, but it's basically one of the biggest differences between my country and your country. If anybody is interested in more about that, study anthropology. I'm sure there are courses for that at the university. And use the vehicles that you are presented with here today to get in touch with people like me, people like us from a different part of the world with a different culture, and we run our society in a different way. But, you know, use that bridge, as I called it. It was a long answer to a short and big question. But
Thank you very much. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Dr. Vestad.
Okay, so after that long answer, let me have a short footnote to that. I think that one of the ways that we can improve that aspect of collaboration or cooperation is that in designing our programs and all of that, we should not only think about the strictly scientific aspects of these, but we should also give consideration to the social and soft aspects of these. And it often requires that we have some kinds of orientations and briefings, you know, especially as we gear up for the projects, the collaboration. And I would say that we also need to use people like me, people who have successfully navigated these two spaces, you know, having been in and out of Norway for 10 years, also coming back to Ghana, fitting well into the system. So we have a good appreciation of the flat system as well as the hierarchical systems and how we can successfully work together. It's indeed possible for us to successfully work together as we have seen. So that's my short footnote to that. But while I have the microphone, just to mention and provide some information, and that comes up from when Greta was talking, and she was talking about certain deficiencies in methodology and proposal writing and so on. And I just wanted to put out that was the reason why several years ago, maybe more than a decade ago, in 2014, we redesigned our PhD programs and included a year of coursework. Previously, it wasn't like that. You just went straight into your research. We included a year of coursework. And I remember when we were redesigning the programs, we were quite definitive that we needed to have a certain focus on methodology, you know, across the 2 semesters. It is followed by a period of experiential learning. And to add that, in addition to this, we established the Pan-African Doctoral Academy, which provides complementary training, not for just our PhD students, but PhD students from all over the continent. Indeed, it runs 2 schools during the year, and I just looked up the last school that was run was in March last month. So there were modules like managing the PhD process, including managing literature review and emotional intelligence, grant writing and research project management, quantitative techniques with R and structural equation modeling, artificial intelligence, innovative research publications and thesis writing, academic writing and communicating research results, presentation skills, qualitative research methodology, and so on and so forth. So this is also intended to complement what will happen in the department strictly. So I wanted to put out that information, and for those, especially for those coming from outside of University of Ghana, to look out for these and participate, and also to our Norwegian partners, whether we can work together to strengthen these programs that we have and make them even more accessible to other people on the continent. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Vice-Chancellor, Professor Nana Abba Apia Amfo. Any questions from our students? Professor Gordon has thrown a charge to you. Okay, we'll take the two. We'll take the lady in green first, and when we are done, are you both students? Yes, so when you pick the microphone, tell us your name, tell us what you are studying before you ask your question or make your contribution.
So good morning, everyone, and thank you for the program. I am Eugenie Ayeboa, and I'm a student here at ISSER. So my question is addressed to Dr. Greta, and this is on the challenges, on the methodologies, the research, and then some of the academic challenges. So she mentioned that there was a name for the program. Yes, I just wanted her to say that again. Because
there was a
name.
A name. Oh, okay, so you want the name of the program.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Is that okay? You get okay? Okay. Or you want her to elaborate, or you're okay? Okay, all right. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much for that question. I think the easiest way is that I provide someone at the university here the details of that digital program, and then you can share it among students because it's open, right? Yeah, I don't know who is the right person to share this with.
Director, so I think VC is...
Yeah.
Okay. Should provide you with... Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. And during the breaks too, you can interact some more. So yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Christopher Yaudumevi, PhD candidate,
Right.
Department of Medical Microbiology, University of Ghana Medical School.
Okay.
As part of the giving students the learning experience, which is in line with the University of Ghana strategic plan, we heard from the presentation from the IPO, International Programs Office, that only 3 partner institutions agreements are active, 10 are inactive or expired. I would want to know, I'm very happy the Vice-Chancellor is also here. I would want to know how soon are we going to sign or re-sign or maybe reactivate the expired partner agreements between University of Ghana and the other 10 universities in Norway.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. So Prof. Dai, I don't know if you are... Okay, VC would make an interjection. Yes, let's have them. Okay.
Professor Dai, I'm not doing your job for you, but he can provide the details. But to let you know that the signing of agreements, yeah, they are fantastic. But for me, it's more important that we have actual collaboration, actual work ongoing. And to also let you know that sometimes and often that precedes the signing of actual agreements. So yes, it says the case that these agreements have expired, but don't assume it doesn't mean that there is nothing going on between University of Ghana and the other universities. As he mentioned, they are working on reactivating some of these. Last year, I was in Trondheim NTNU, had a meeting with the rector and other officials of the university. We have followed up with some email contact. So on my part, I'm working I can't be here and the agreement with NTNU is expired. That's not acceptable. So we're working on activating that. But like I said, very often there's work already ongoing, and that is even more important. Sometimes you sign, it's very easy to sign agreements. We can sign the agreements, But I always insist that once an agreement has been signed, we should see actual work and collaboration between the partners. So, Prof, have I done your job for you? How much are you going to pay me?
Okay, so thank you very much. I think at this stage we want to take a break. We've been sitting for so long. Our coffee break is a question. Okay, with your permission, let me just sneak in one question. Please be brief. Yes.
All right, thank you so much. My name is Muhadin, level 400 student, economics department. So my question is to the professor that spoke on behalf of the dean about the Erasmus Plus. So I've realized that the active partnerships that you have, they were all restricted to particular courses. What about other courses, a course like economics? What are the arrangements for us? Are there things that are being done to help us as well? Thank you so much.
Okay, so let's have Prof. Dai respond.
The Erasmus program covers both science and arts, and therefore economics is part of it. If you are in University of Ghana, we have the international programs coordinators for the respective colleges, and the one for the humanities is available to you. He's in the person of Professor Yuran Gerd. And of course, when you see him, he's actually working on the Erasmus partnership programs to facilitate partners in European countries and those that are within the college, within his college, as well as within my college, so as to make it very easy for you. So it's available, it's knowledge availability that really matters for people to apply for it. It's been said that almost every year it is heavily underutilized across Africa.
Right. Okay. Please, yeah.
It may be the case that there aren't Erasmus Plus currently programs, exchange programs availability for Norway for economics, but it doesn't mean that there aren't opportunities available for economics. I personally know, students who have, economic students, undergraduate students who have gone on exchange in Canada, for instance. I always tell our students that you should read your emails like 10 times a day. I am on that mailing list, and there are a lot of opportunities that are communicated through that mailing list. That's the only way that we communicate with you. So please, sometimes you have students who have not activated their emails. Do so. If you have a challenge, go to the IT directorate. They are there to assist you, because a lot of opportunities are communicated through your email, and you will get to know those that align with your interests and participate fully. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice-Chancellor. In fact, I was going to talk about the email. So please, students, let's get more active and inquire. And I believe that if you walk to the International Programs Office too, you can be assisted. So let's not just sit, but let's also be proactive about it. So thank you very much. I think we can take our coffee break now. Coffee break is just for 15 minutes. And while you take your refreshments will be at the pagoda. I think it's pagoda number 3. There's also exhibited there's some poster presentations over there. So as you take your coffee, as you munch on your snack, please interact with our researchers who have put up the presentations, ask questions, and continue to interact among ourselves. It's just 15 minutes. It's 10:17 right now, plus 15. How much is that? How much do you have? 11:32. Okay, in occasions like this, my math just runs away, so pardon me. So we are back here at exactly 11:32. 11:32, yes. So as soon as you see 11:29, please start walking towards the conference room. Thank you very much. As we Okay, right. Okay. Can we all exit through this door? We want to take one big group photograph before you head to coffee. We'll exit through this door. Just stay at the stairs and let's take one big group photo. And please come back inside. There's a lot more in store. Come back inside and let's listen to the second part of the presentations. Please kindly, let's exit through this door. Photographers, let's try and arrange people outside there so that we can take our group photo. Thank you. Hello. Hello, welcome back. While we wait for the others to join us, I think we can start. We'll begin the next set of presentations. I've been asked to remind all speakers that it's between 5 and 7 minutes so that we don't have to spend a lot more time here than we had planned to. So presentations between 5 and 10 minutes. Please, if you came with someone who is not in the hall and is still outside, do me a favor and just call the person or send the person a text message to come back into the hall so that we can continue. Yes. They will join us. Okay. Right. Okay. I also wanted to inform us that today's program is being streamed live on the University of Ghana's YouTube channel. So just in case you missed something and you want to go back and watch, you can do so. Or if you have colleagues who wanted to be here, but because of other responsibilities couldn't be here, you can send them the link. It's the University of Ghana's YouTube page, so they can also join in virtually. So I'd like to invite our first presenter forward. This session is on presentation of results in the NORED project. So that is what we are going to be doing now. Please join me. Welcome Dr. Godwin Kofi Vondolia, who is a project coordinator from the University of Cape Coast. He will tell us about the project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I can. I am Vondolia. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to highlight some of our activities under the EcoGIVE project. EcoGIVE is actually coined from the word ecosystem-based management of coastal resources in Ghana, Indonesia, and Vietnam. So this is the project that we are currently implementing at the University of Cape Coast. The partners are Nha Trang University of Vietnam, IPB University of Indonesia, and the University of Cape Coast. Then we have the Arctic University of Norway. The overall aim of this project is to strengthen capacity in marine resource economics at the South partners. And we do this through 3 main work components. The first work component is a PhD program in marine resource management, which we have established at the University of Nha Trang in Vietnam. Then under the work component 2, we have the research projects. The PhD students that we recruited for the PhD program will produce research under this work component. Then we also recruited a postdoc fellows as well. So they will also be part of this research team, which will produce research for the work component 2. Then our main target is coastal management. We also interacted with the coastal stakeholders. Then we have work component 3, which is administration and outreach. And under that, we have the project management, mentoring, and leave no one behind as one of the activities under the project. We recruited 2 postdoc research fellows. Then we also recruited 2 PhD researchers as well. So these are the names of these researchers that we recruited under the project. So I just want to take you through what they are currently working on. So the first person is exploring women's empowerment in aquaculture and how this can address food security here in Ghana. And she is also examining the climate adaptation strategies and see which one is much more productive. Then the manuscript is currently under review, and she will be presenting one of her papers at an international conference later this year. Then we have the second research project, which is assessing preferences for mangrove forest management in Ghana, essentially to estimate willingness to pay for mangrove restoration here in Ghana. Blue carbon is a hot topic these days. We want evidence to show that these are actually the benefit cost of doing this is positive for our society. So she is actually providing evidence in this aspect. And I am happy to point out that her first paper is already out this. Then the third project is on using the machine learning to understand livelihood resilience and livelihood strategies among the small-scale fisheries in Ghana. So this is also one of the research projects that we are implementing under the EcoGive project. Then we have the last research project, which is investigating the role of subsidies in profitability and livelihood among small-scale fisheries here in Ghana. Regarding our outreach activities, we have what we call 2 gender workshops. The first one was organized as part of our annual EcoGive project meeting, where we identify some gaps. Then in a follow-up meeting next year, we try to see how best we can address these gaps for female career progression in our universities. And related to that, we also have a stakeholder workshop, which are part of activities that we have anytime we are having the annual project meetings. So we interact with resource users to try to understand the challenges they face in coastal resource use among our communities. Then we also engage in capacity building in marine resource economics. So in these 2 pictures, we can see one that we held in Cambodia. Then we also have another one that we held here at the University of Ghana. The main aim is that we want to broaden the fisheries management, not target the fisheries itself. We want to analyze the ecosystem in totality. So these are the issues that we address in our capacity building. And these are some of our research outputs, and I strongly believe that they will provide an input into our blue economy strategy for the country. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That was Dr. Godwin Kofi Vandolia, who has just given us insights into the EcoGive project. Thank you. I would like to next bring up here Professor Christopher Gordon from the University of Ghana, and his project was building capacity to cross-link coastal pollution, with climate change. Okay, all right. So Prof has come with. Okay, nice. Please let's applaud Prof. Prof never ceases to remind us that he's retired, and so he's trying to ensure that the next generation of researchers carry on his good work. So let's acknowledge her as she comes. Maybe tell us your name first.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols duly observed. My name is Millicent Kwao, and I'm a postdoctoral research fellow at the Institute for Environment and Sanitation Studies and a beneficiary of the BC5 project. I'm honored this afternoon to, on behalf of Prof. Gordon, present an overview of the BC5 project. So the BC5 project is a collaboration between 3 partners. NTNU, that's the Norwegian University for Science and Technology, UDSM, that's University of Dar es Salaam in Tanzania, and then the University of Ghana. This project started in 2021 and is expected to be completed in 2026. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, thank you. Okay, so the project BC5 means building capacity to cross-link coastal pollution to climate change. And the focus is on sustainable coastal management through building knowledge on the combined impact of coastal contamination and climate change. And this is being done through enhancing the capacity of graduate students and also establishing field and experimental training of the students. There's also the development of curriculums. There are a list of expected results, but I'll just go through a few of them. For instance, we look at bridging the gap between researchers, decision makers, and local communities. And we have done this through having stakeholder engagement with non-governmental organizations and the communities that we work with. We also look at increasing students' practical and theoretical skills. So one thing that BC5 does is to train students in the thematic areas that it's involved in. And lastly, to create awareness and ocean literacy amongst coastal communities. Here we are using citizen science in getting this done. So the concept, the idea behind this project is that it's focused on two main themes. That's climate change and coastal pollution. And within the coastal pollution, we are looking at e-waste, microplastics, persistent pollutants, and also the impact of mining. We're also looking at coastal erosion and mangrove destruction. And this is done through the education and research platform, using, for example, Sailing for Science. So Sailing for Science brings together students from different institutions with different backgrounds, that's making it interdisciplinary. And these students are brought together and trained on hands-on experiential learning. There's also the development of massive open online courses. The impacts that this project seeks to achieve is to increase the network and capacity building in education and research. And indeed, I think this has been done because we have had a lot of interactions with other students from UDSM in our practical fieldworks. There's also raising awareness on ocean literacy, as I said earlier, and it also contributes to the SDGs, especially on SDG number 14, Life Underwater. So this project sought to train in total 18 postgraduate students. That's having 13 master's students and 5 postdoctoral students. And all these have been achieved. The last cohorts were just admitted, I think, a week ago. And in each of these cohorts, each of the students have had the opportunity to undergo fieldwork activities in Ghana and in Tanzania. And these are joint activities. So we bring together students from UG, students from Tanzania, and there's students from NTNU. And we go to different sites. So within Ghana, we have 3 sites: Ankobra, Accra, which is Odo River, and then the Volta. We are looking at the Volta Lake and then the lagoon as well. And at Tanzania, they're also looking at 3 sites. So we're looking at a place that's a marine protected area. And we're looking at, there's also a river in Dar es Salaam that we visit when we go for these field trips. The areas or data that's collected is mostly linked to microplastics, heavy metals, which is linked to e-waste, and we also look at eDNA to look at what organisms are present in these polluted areas. To continue with the achievement, there's an ongoing process to get accreditation for a program in sustainable PhD in sustainability science and environmental sanitation. And BC5 contributed to the development of this course. There's also students actively participating in quarterly seminars, and we have done this over the years. So every year, supervisors and students come together quarterly to be updated on the student works that have gone on, and also to get feedback from their supervisors. Currently, there are 4 PhD researchers involved. There were 5. I was one of them. I graduated last year, and now there are 4. 2 females and then 3 males. So the benefit that BC5 has for higher education is to increase the capacity of researchers like me and the other postgraduate students on the project, and also to build solid bridges between researchers and decision makers, and have targeted initiatives for inclusion. So BC5 has collaborated with Sisters Project, which looks at women in STEM, and we've been able to come together to hold workshop on leadership for people who are involved in this area. We also look at increasing the production of publication of the student works in high quality research journals. These are some of the papers that have been published so far. The first one is from a master's student who completed recently, and we have a collaboration between the 3 collaborators, that's UDSM, NTNU, and UG, on pollution of PFAS in Ghana. And then the last one is also currently a PhD student who is yet to complete. These are conferences that are to be attended by the students on the project. 2 MPhil students will be attending a project in India on mercury, and 2 of us PhD students are also attending at CTAG. And CTAG, we are looking at ecotoxicology, and we are looking at microplastic pollution. The challenges that the project has gone through is, one is procurement. So I am preview to this because I'm at the Ecolab, and we have had challenges in procuring some equipment. It took over a year for us to procure an AAS for the laboratory, and also we are trying to refurbish. It's still undergoing. It has also been a 2-year challenge. The next one is scheduling and network issues, because these are 3 different time zones, and it's difficult for us to get like a common ground, but we are able to do this through our seminars, to come together and discuss updates on the project. Next one is foreign exchange. So when the project started, the CD was at 1.1 and now it's at 0.2. So it shows you how diverse the change has been, and how we have been forced to adjust to this. One of the areas we work in, which is the Keita Lagoon, has so many projects from the University of Ghana working in that particular site. And one thing that the projects came up with is to form a synergy within these projects so that we are able to deliver well to this site. And within this project, these are the themes that occur. So the most occurring project so far is coastal resilience, obviously because of where it is located. And we also have environmental monitoring and citizen science. So with the way forward, one thing we would like to see is that a different approach where southern partners are made owners, and also to ensure sustainability of this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Millicent Kwau, for taking us through this presentation. And as she said in the beginning, she is doing this together with Professor Christopher Gordon. Thank you very much. Please let's acknowledge them for this presentation. Next, I would like to bring up Professor Samuel Ajololo. His project is Midwifery Research and Education Development. Yes, please let's encourage him as he comes. He's from the University of Ghana.
Thank you. Professor Chair, before I start, let me also state that I was in Norway. I was in the northern part of Norway. So if you are there, one of the things you delight to see most will be the northern lights. It's refreshing to be in Tromsø in Arctic University of Norway. Our project is focused on building capacity for midwifery research and education. It is a three-country project. It's a three-country project involving 1, University of Ghana, 2, Oslo Metropolitan University in Norway, and then Bezit University in Palestine. Of course, project funded by Norway. Prior to 2021, there was no graduate training program in midwifery. And we have been talking about maternal mortality and morbidity. At the forefront of that fight are the nurses and midwives, but more precisely the midwives. And it becomes so important that at a higher level we build capacity so that they can manage some of the complications and issues that borders on maternal health. But unfortunately, until 2021, we did not. So this program actually was a game changer in that respect. So the core aim of the program first is to develop graduate curriculum in midwifery. Second is to develop local research capacities in the field of midwifery. And 3, to promote students and teacher exchange between partner institutions. So I'm just going to highlight some of the major things we have done as part of this project. First is to state boldly that this project is the first to introduce MPhil midwifery program in Ghana and is hosted here at the University of Ghana in the School of Nursing and Midwifery. Since 2022, we have enrolled a total of 252 students in this program. Then we didn't end there. Still building the capacity in midwifery, we started a PhD program, curriculum developed. Just last week, we have had a visitation from GTEC to finalize the accreditation process. Our expectation, again, is that hopefully this year, we will start a PhD program in midwifery, and all this is kind courtesy the Midwed project. And then to ensure ongoing capacities for those who are already working in the field, there's a need to develop some specific curriculums in sexual and reproductive health. And this curriculum was developed through a very vigorous needs assessment, resulting in 8 modules that were developed. And these modules so far have been delivered to over 1,000 nurses and midwives scattered across the regions of Ghana. Going to the specifics, in terms of gender distribution, the figures there for the females supposed to be 251. So, gender dynamics, unfortunately, we couldn't control this. We wish to recruit more males, but midwifery is traditionally for women, so we didn't have the numbers. So in all, there were 251 females and only 1 male so far since the program has started. And I'm happy to say that we have graduated over hundreds of these students into our Ghanaian healthcare system. For publications, I'm happy to report that so far The project has published 5 articles. We have 11 conference presentations, and we have a total of 14 manuscripts currently submitted for review. So the expectation is that by the end of this year, assuming all this gets published, there will be nearing about 20 publications for this project. And these publications are coming from just a select few of students that I will discuss later, and not the entire 252 students. So you can imagine all 252 giving us their publication. That would have been a very great impact that we'll be talking about. We awarded, as part of capacity or human resource development, 2 of the students were awarded scholarships for the 4-year program in nursing, because then there was no midwifery yet. So we have to build their capacity through the nursing program, except that their research areas were relevant and related to midwifery or maternal health. They are submitted their thesis this year. They haven't submitted yet, but it's supposed to be in March. March has passed. We are in April. Hopefully they'll submit soon. But the good news is that this has been recruited as faculty members and as a way of ensuring the sustainability of the program. So in enhancing capacity for healthcare professionals, like I mentioned, then in all, we have been able to train or build capacity for 1,100 nurses in the sexual and reproductive health program that we designed as part of this project. And this is in collaboration with the Nursing and Midwifery Council, so they get CPD points to renew their licenses as well. We also engaged in policy discussions with some sector players, including the Ghana Health Service, which plays a key role in primary healthcare delivery. So there was a policy discussion to actually bridge the gap between practice and policy and research. And in here we have the former Norwegian ambassador representing, and also the Director for Family Health Division of Ghana Health Service also representing, and you can see the audience there. We also designed to modernize our facilities at the School of Nursing and Midwifery for the purposes of enhancing online education as a way of reaching out to a lot of people who need not be located on the campus here. So about 3 of the classrooms were modernized using e-classroom resources. And in here, we're privileged to have the Vice-Chancellor inaugurating these facilities in our school for us. The key challenges we encountered were COVID disruption to the calendar, which we are still battling with, economic challenges that we witnessed some time ago, and the reduction in total budget as a result of the depreciation of the Norwegian currency against the United States dollar. Ultimately, we can say that our human resource has been improved through this partnership, and our intention going forward is to see how we can also help other regions or other countries in the region to build their capacity. And so we are preparing for NOHED 3 to extend our successes to other countries in the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ajololo, for walking us through the Midred project. I would like to bring up here now Professor Samuel Addo, also from the University of Ghana. He's going to be talking about capacity building and aquatic and environmental health in West Africa. Please, let's keep the applause going. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam. Before I speak, I would ask the kind permission of the chair to acknowledge the presence of one of the PIs from a partner institution, and she is in the person of Professor Regina SE from KNUST. So I'm talking on the Aquahem project. It's all about the waters and fish. Madam Chair, the Aquahem project is underpinned by certain key challenges in the aquaculture industry. And these challenges are common to both Nigeria and Ghana. And so this framework is trying to link the key challenges to targeted interventions and measurable outcomes. So in brief, the framework is telling us that if we should invest in these interventions, then we can transform the high-risk aquaculture sector into a sustainable, safe, and productive sector in the sub-region. All right, so the Aquahem project has three thematic areas: fish health, environmental health, and food fish safety. And it is all about these two species, which are the culture candidates in the country, Ghana being the lead producer of tilapia in the West African sub-region, and Nigeria being the lead producer of the African catfish globally. And so the project is mainly between Ghana, institutions in Ghana, and one institution in Nigeria. And that is, all right, so we have the project having these partners, the University for Life Sciences in Norway as the implementing institution, and then we have the Norwegian Veterinary Institute, NVI. University of Ghana is the lead of the South partners. Then we have KNUST, UDS, and University of Lagos. And what is interesting here is that these partners are collaborating with our stakeholders in implementing these, our objectives, which is capacity building, research, and networking. So on capacity building, we have developed a master's program which has been accredited, and the program is Master of Philosophy in Fish and Ecosystem Health. And as we could see in the middle there, we have advertised it even for the coming 2026-27 academic year. But in total, the project is training 8 PhDs, and out of the 8, 1 has completed, and he was a candidate from UDS. And for the master's program, having developed the master's program, we have enrolled, we enrolled 7 students in the first batch who are now in the second year of their master's program in Legon. And then with the second batch who are now in the first year, the scholarship had funding for 9 students. But we had 4 extra students who are self-funding who joined the batch. And that gives a sense of sustainability of the program because it has also been institutionalized as a regular University of Ghana postgraduate program. And so these are just photographs showing the PhD students. And with the PhD student, each of the partner institutions in the South, KNUST, UDS, UG, and UNILAG, have 2 candidates each. And then the first and second batches of our master's program. In fact, the first batch are currently in the exam hall. They are writing their paper on aquatic waste management. Right. So for research and knowledge upkeep, some of the PhD students have already, turned up some publications, and one has submitted, which is down there, but we have the key findings from these research and the implications that come with it. Just to give just one of it, if we take a look at Dandy et al. 2026, who worked on antibiotic residues, the frightening issue is that we got the presence of a banned antibiotic, chloramphenicol, which is being used in our aquaculture industry. But no need to worry. We are working on that. And the fact is that there is no any, from the investigation, human risk, right, that is found yet. And so we need to stop them from further aggravating the situation. And when we spotted the issue with the antibiotics, we immediately organized a feedback stakeholder engagement. And so we reported it. I mean, the regulators from the ministry, from the Fisheries Commission, and FDA and other relevant institutions were all invited to this stakeholder information uptake session. And so these are some of the publications. And then with networking, we began with an inception workshop. And more importantly, with the inception workshop, what we did was that to develop the master's program, we thought that the stakeholders, who are the farmers and the regulators, should have a stake in it. We want to jointly own the program, and not like an academic institution that has just come up with an academic program for them too. And so we involved them right from the onset. And we made them also to understand that currently the School of Graduate Studies has approved all our partners from the other universities who come in to teach on the program. And so we have made it more like a modular system, and we have lecturers coming in turns from KNUST, NMBU, University of Lagos to teach this. So this also, our PhDs have had opportunity to meet other PhD students in the East African region at Zanzibar, at the Institute of Marine Sciences, and it was a very good interaction. And that is a group work during the workshop. And 4 of our PhDs have enrolled at NMBU. And so their degree is at NMBU, and then 4 are with our South universities. So that is the 4 who went to Norway, and I think you understand. And so we also have at UNILAG, they have been able to set up a microbiology lab, and then we visited their university, and then with the librarian, we had this photo. At the University of Ghana, we have also set up a histopathology lab at the School of Veterinary Medicine. Their small animals facility. And this was in conjunction with NVI and then Aquahem, right? And so for sustainability, like I said, the course has already been institutionalized. It has been regularized. And we also have, for University of Ghana, the 2 PhD candidates. One is an assistant lecturer at the School of Veterinary Medicine, and one is also with the Department of Animal Biology and Conservation Science. And so on completion, they are already ours. And of course, we have started also sort of commercializing the histopathology lab. So people come there, and then of course we continue with networking north-south. We continually interact, and also this has opened us up to industry as our students get internships and other connections with our farmers. Finally, I just want to talk about the way forward. We think that we should have a transition. We should transition this project, further, maybe form a bigger consortium, then position ourselves as a regional hub for aquatic animal health. And I must also thank the Madam Chair, that of course her committee, I appeared before her committee and the head of department, and she approved a 2-acre piece of land for us, which we intend to set up a practical aquaculture facility. And further to that, the Fish for Development, which is also, the Norway government, through the government of Ghana, did give us 9 tarpaulin tanks. So if you come to our department, at least we are growing fish in the department. And I think that Oliver will want to ask for more, that we will need you. I am foreseeing Norway coming in to even establish this aquaculture practical facility, and having Norway, with all permission from Vice-Chancellor, your name being on it as supported from the Norwegian government. Thank you very much. And then we are also trying to position ourselves, at least, to be part of the NORHED 3, which I think will help us with continuity of this program. And then finally, we also want to sort of position ourselves so that we will address issues that are key to the farmers and not just embark on any academic research exercise. And this was at University of Lagos. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Samuel Ado. So the last presentation in this segment will be delivered by Professor Julius Najafobil. It's on Water Essence Africa. He's also from the University of Ghana. Please let's welcome him as he comes.
Thank you. Good morning to you all. Or it's afternoon, I think, yeah. So I speak to this project, Water Essence, creating synergy to meet the global challenges. And it's a partnership across sub-Saharan Africa and 3 universities in Norway. It's Norwegian University of Life Sciences. If you can just give me this slide showing the partnership. First slide, please. Yes. So the overall goal of the Water Essence Africa project is to co-develop and improve, retain the skills, knowledge, and tools and other resources needed for education of higher quality graduates of water-related study programs to conduct more and higher quality water research and to increase inclusivity. Next slide, please. Yeah, specifically, the project aims to strengthen the capacity of higher education institutions in several African countries to achieve 3 major sustainable goals: increase graduate output of water-related study programs, water management efficiency, and climate change resilient economy, and then improving digital skills of teachers and developing teaching methodologies in tune with the time of digitalization. Next slide, please. Yeah, so the partner institutions include the Makerere University in Uganda, University of Nairobi in Kenya, Machakos also in Kenya, University of Juba, Southern Sudan, Addis Ababa University in Ethiopia, University of Rwanda, University of Ghana. Of course, there are 2 universities in Ghana, University of Development Studies. And in Norway, the institutions include Norwegian University of Life Sciences, Norwegian University of Science and Technology, and University of Bergen, which is the host, the main applicant. Next slide, please. Yeah. So these are this just geographic outlook for the countries. Next slide, please. Yeah. So for this project, it focuses on designing along 3 important axes of capacity strengthening. We have the institutional, so this is promotion of South-South partnership, quality assurance, and research traditions. Because across the institutions, you have very varied level of not only academic architecture, but even cultures. And so there's the need for harmony across in the universities if they should work well as a unit. Then at organizational level, curricular and program development, including supervision and research capacity building, because different countries and jurisdictions have different levels of this. And we know that, of course, I can say that University of Ghana is very, I have to be careful the word I use here, but I think that we are somewhat highly elite in the sense that we have advanced many of, even if tools, digital tools, use of digital tools, and other things, so we are quite advanced. And so what we've seen is that the other parts that institutions that we have, it's so hard to bring them to the level that but of course we've been managing this. So this aspect was to address that, and of course the institutional and stakeholders SWOT analysis. That's how within the country itself we have been able to bridge the gap between UDS and University of Ghana. Next slide, please. So although the project did not start early as initially planned due to delay in contract signing, the University of Ghana had a productive period as highlighted below here. So we conducted an audit and review of water-related courses taught in different academic units in the university in May 2022. I participated in the kickoff meeting in Oslo. This was June 2022. And next slide, please. Yeah, we jointly organized a scientific meeting and policy dialogue on World Food Day in 2022 under the theme Climate Change, Water, Energy, Food Nexus. In September 2022, 4 graduate students were granted Graduate Dissertation Research Award to conduct dissertation under the supervision of project faculty, including early career faculty from UG participating in gender mainstreaming in NORHED 2 project Beyond Barriers Binary workshop in Kampala, Uganda, also in 2022. Then 1 PhD student was supported to attend the Makerere Bergen Research School in Kampala in 2020. These are just key ones that I think we sent some students also to go to Norwegian University of Life Sciences in Oslo for another summer school. Next slide, please. Yes. So this shows a list of year-to-year names of students that we have trained from year to year. Next slide, please. Yeah, so 2023, 2024, you have 2024, 2024, 2025, you have 2024 also 2025 academic year, and then postdoc from Nigeria. Next slide, please. Yes, this project also contributed a little to research infrastructure development in University of Ghana, and this our lab in the West Africa Center for Global Environmental and Occupational Health, where we do, analysis of environmental pollutants in the environment. This is important because, as you all know, the project is about water, and it's more than any time else. This is the time that our own, like the human activities, are degrading not only the physical environment, also including water resources, and this has become increasingly very, very important. So next slide, please. Yeah, so this is, of course, centrifuge, and then what you see on the right-hand side there is a fume hood where we do some of the, when we are doing chemical analysis, we are able to, manage some of the fumes that are released into the environment. Next slide, please. Next slide, please, yes. Well, I want to thank you for your attention. I think that you said it should be short. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Fobil, for giving us your presentation. We are gradually getting to the end of this afternoon's program. We now have the segments where we will have presentations from Ghana-Norway Alumni Association. And first of all, we would listen to the president, and then we'll have some experience sharing testimonies from alumni. So I'd like to invite here Mrs. Irene Owusu-Poku, who is the chair of the Ghana-Norway Alumni Association. She'll be speaking to us on the contribution of Norway to Ghana's development through education.
Professor Chair, all protocol observed. Good afternoon. My name is Irene Owusu-Poku, the president of the Norway Ghana Alumni. Okay, great. So this afternoon, I'm going to give you just a snapshot of who we are, what we have been able to do, and contributed as a body, but also individually to the development of our country. So basically, our foundational pillars are spread on 5 key areas. We are for community development. We also represent the alumni body in various platforms. We also act as a link for continuous collaboration. And then as a unified body, there are various platforms. So there are, for example, there's the University of Bergen platform, there's Tromsø platform, but the alumni body is actually hosting all these platforms. So we say we serve as the main umbrella body for all other Norway, Ghana alumni unions. Now, before I go to this particular slide, I would like to let you know that we have actually we are a fully registered organization, and we have been accepted by the embassy here in Ghana. That's the Norway Embassy. Again, we have had the opportunity to be launched officially by the past, we were supported by the past ambassador. And so just to let you know, we have put in corporate governance structures. We have a whole strategic advisory board, which is chaired by Professor Marian Asantewa Nkansa, who is the Director of Student Affairs at the University of Science and Technology. We also have a number of members who help her to support and give us direction we have Professor David Atokwansa, who is the director of Brew Hammond Center for Energy at KNUST. We have Professor Kwamena Kwansa Edu, who is the former Vice-Chancellor of the University of Media, Arts and Communication. We have Nana Hima Joanna Apia. We also have Dr. Lucy Ufori Aye, who is the Director of Operations at University of Ghana Medical Center. So together, there are many more, and you know that when the Vice-Chancellor started to give us the opening remarks, he gave us at least a snapshot of who actually are part of this alumni or who schooled in Norway. And I'm happy to say that when other speakers took the podium, they were proud to mention where they schooled, etc. So together we are making contributions in academia, but also in industry. A cohort have been with us from, I think, right from 1980-something. We had the first alumni, and together we have worked diverse areas in economic sectors, in institutions, in the money sectors, of course. But together with us, we are making progress in also changing lives. At the educational level, it is obvious. At the University of Ghana, so clear, we can see what individually and as an organization we are doing. Again, looking at what we are doing in various sectors, but from which universities did we school? In various universities. So this is just giving you an overview of which universities we attended. So UIB is the University of Bergen. We have University of Oslo, Tromsø, Norwegian University of Science and Technology. You will find some of us in the petrochemical engineering sector. You will find some of us in the social sciences, education, chemistry and biological sciences, and mechanical engineering. So over the past 30 years, even before we set up this alumni body, we had our first Ghanaian female who schooled in Norway. And I'm happy to say that she is the Nana Hima I refer to, who is on the Strategic Advisory Board. She was the first, that is 1989, who went to Teachers University College in Bergen. And together with others, as we increase our numbers, you can see we had recently Dr. Dakwa, Ernest, also joining. Quite a number, and still we are counting. This is just to give you just a couple of the members who we had worked with and who are still with us. Again, what are we doing in different sectors? Through education, we have seen that our members are in various areas, and also to pinpoint specifically where can you see members. The industry-wide, I've mentioned, but specifically in academia, we are here at the University of Ghana. We are at the University of Cape Coast. We are also at KNUST, UHAS. Also, there are some private universities that have our members. Again, at the private sector area, specifically, we have the M Life Insurance Company, one of the CEOs with us. We have local entrepreneurs, Ventigo Limited. We also have the GMPC with us. And specifically in global space and then in INGOs, we have PATH, we have Lively Minds, we have UN, we have Water Aid. Just a couple more. Specifically, this is Irene Owusu-Poku, who is the servant of the alumni. She is a strategic public health leader and currently leading a clinical research at the University of Ghana Medical School with the PI, Professor. The names the professors are many, so yeah. There are three of them. But the very key one is Professor Opong Samuel Entry. So I brought up these pictures, we have three, just to focus on the career impact and forget about the rest. So what are we doing after all the schools we have attended? Can we count? Can we give numbers to it? So Irene has supported and contributed in training over 700 health workers, over 3,000 trained in gender-responsive care, and then handled over multi-million donor portfolio from Gates Foundation, UNITAID, WHO, and UNICEF, and has experience in over 4 countries. We also have Professor David Atokwansa. You can see she's also a very strong leader. He is at the KNUST and the director for Brew Hammond Center for Energy. I have a very short video of Professor Atokwansa who would want to share his experience with us. I hope the video can play. Otherwise, please help me play this video. Okay, I think he's speaking, but we cannot hear. It's about a minute video. Please, IT, if you can help us. So he's sharing his experience while in Norway and what he's been able to contribute to the sector, especially in education and then in energy sector. But I don't know. Hi, IT. Is it possible to hear what he's saying?
University of Life Sciences, NMB, is located
Now we can hear, but very low.
minutes from Oslo by train.
So Professor Kwansa is on the Strategic Advisory Board, and he supports Professor Nkansa in chairing and advising the Executive Committee. So because of time, I'll skip to the next. We also have recent graduates from University of Ghana, who is the person of Ikuanyamiche Daku. She is my vice. She's been very supportive, supporting with other administrative work. She has also done quite a number. She has 5 years global project leadership, specifically with IOM. There's also a video here, but I don't think it's playing. It's also not playing. You would have heard her speak a couple of NOSC. Then we have, okay. So we have been able to, all these experiences are virtual, but there's a live one here. After my presentation, she would mount the podium. So that started as just individual students going to Norway to school. Now we have moved and consolidated our gains. Together we say we are a formal group, registered, incorporated, and then had followed the necessary procedures. Together we are ready to support with research work, but also bilateral and multilateral engagements, which we are already doing it. Now, for us, our network is, we have a pool of resources from the very highest level to the very lowest. And we are happy to know that our VC is also part of this network. And not because she's here, but I want to emphatically say that she has been one major motivator for me. Do this way, do it that way. And beyond that, she has been part of our meetings to support us and give us some kind of direction. And thank you very much, Madam VC. We also have an active WhatsApp platform, but also social media handles. We have diverse pool of expertise, and we also have politicians among us. And again, all this is what I have summarized in the previous slide. We have both diplomatic value, but also academic value. Just tap into us, and then we'll provide the necessary resources. And again, just for you to know that we have so many things to offer, and we'll say that we're just a platform for you to reach individual persons who schooled in Norway, but also we are there as a unified body to reach other bigger platforms. Recently, we had the opportunity to engage other colleagues from other countries who are also trying to mimic what we are doing, and we are proud to say that the embassy gave us out for us to be able to coach the other organizations on how to put this in a good shape. And so we are proud to be well collaborators of the embassy here in Ghana. How do we build the future together? We can build the future together in many ways, strategically, but also as a knowledge hub. how can we support? We can also do mentorship work. And just to emphasize that we have already had mentorship programs in the past. We had done donation recently with the support of Ghana Education Service, quite a number, and the embassy has been a pivot angle here. So just to end my presentation to Syntac, but with a live presentation from our General Secretary, Patience Tego. Patience, shall we? Live experience, how she was able to manage in Norway as a student.
Good afternoon, everyone. And just going by existing protocol. So my name is Patience Ifuatego, and I got the opportunity to stay in Norway in 2014, MPhil, at the University of Bergen in social anthropology. And I currently work as the district head for National Identification Authority in Ponkatamanso. So I remember, okay, so Norway, you want to go on the quota scheme. What do you expect? A whole lot of things. But you get into a country, we got there in August, so it wasn't so cold. And then we oriented. And at every point, you are told that make sure you have the umbrella with you wherever you go, because it rains a lot in Bergen. So we'll be having the umbrella. When it snows, you can use it. When it rains, you can use it. And then I sit in class, and then I'm being taught concepts and things, and my mind is all over the place. How do I apply this? What does it mean? I had a Ugandan friend. We could go for walks, and then she would look at me, Patience, all these things that we are learning, how are we going to apply it? I said, well, when we go back to our country, we'll see the use. So one culture I brought back was the culture of holding the umbrella. If you find me with my handbag, which is big enough to contain an umbrella, I always had it. And some will meet me, but it's not going to rain today. Why are you having it? I say, well, that is what I brought back, preparedness. I was prepared for something I didn't know would become very important. Working with the National Identification Authority. We are in the media for all the good and bad reasons. You are dealing directly with the people, and my social anthropology came into play. In fact, sometimes when I had very difficult situations to manage, schooling at University of Bergen and coming back to Ghana to something that helped me to wiggle my way through, and for the people to see that I am back to offer something, and then I'm given the opportunity to serve. I learned empathy in Norway. I could relate with everyone. I could relate with people of dignity, the downtrodden. I wasn't made to feel like I'm less. So in my office, when a person of disability comes there, when someone who doesn't speak my language comes there, I'm able to relate well with the person because I lived in a system and I experienced this. And one thing I told my staff when we started was that, well, I schooled in Norway. I gave birth in Norway. I was able to register my child in Norway. So I had used the Norway system to some extent, and I experienced some level of efficiency. We might not be able to match up, but at least we can mimic and make it better. And this is what I carry. So when I'm now asked, why did you come back? I would say what I'm doing now, the impact I'm making, could be one of the reasons why I came back. And I want to take this opportunity to thank the Norwegian government for instituting something like this. But for this, the daughter of the Fanti Kinkisela would have never had the opportunity to go and sit in a classroom and contribute to knowledge. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for sharing your experience with us. As I said, for those of us who don't have any associations, let's begin to think of it now, especially for the students. The opportunities have been given to us today. Let's make use of it. Thank you very much. We are at the end of today's program, and to give us a summary of the discussions that we've had, as part of closing remarks, also to tell us future plans, I would like to bring up here our Director in charge of Research, Innovation and Development here at the University of Ghana, Professor David Dodo Ahen. As he comes, please, let's give it up for him.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, Madam VC, protocols observed. I must say, as we bring this very exciting session to an end, you will agree with me that this has been a very productive session that we've had. So let me say on behalf of the University of Ghana and the Research and Innovation Directorate, I want to express our sincere gratitude and appreciation to all of you who have contributed in all the diverse ways to today's engagement, especially on strengthening the collaboration between Ghana and Norway in terms of the higher education. Today's discussions have really clearly reaffirmed the Ghana-Norway partnership, which has been a long-term collaboration. When I was listening to the President making reference to as far back as 1980s, this is really impressive milestone that Ghana and Norway has had over the years. Well, I must say the presentations that we have listened to, especially from NORAD, from NOREC, already on the Erasmus Plus and the various research collaborative projects that have been demonstrated here today, it actually tells how these partnerships translate into stronger research systems, as well as leadership, which our president has already mentioned clearly, where you find all the alumni and those that are associated with that. Well, from the perspective of the University of Ghana, that is going to happen innovation directed here, and we have already built strong systems that will continue to work on these partnerships. So I believe that you're already in good hands, and thankfully our support staff are also here that are going to provide the necessary support to our researchers in what we do. This has really enabled our coherence across all these initiatives. It has also strengthened governance as well as accountability, and also we've ensured that lessons learned are enabled within the university's research and innovation system rather than they remaining isolated within the individual projects, as we have seen today. Also, we've had opportunity to be inspired by the alumni testimony that was just shared and the work of the Ghana-Norway Alumni Association. We want to thank you very much, which you have highlighted the enduring human capacity impact of these collaborations that we are experiencing. But, Madam Chair, beyond the project and the programs, this partnership, I must say, has shaped leaders, which our Madam Vice-Chancellor is a true reflection of this collaboration that we have had over the years. So looking ahead from today's program, this partnership will continue to inspire us. We are going to work to consolidate all these gains and then also deepen all the collaborations that we have, which are always aligned with our university's priorities, with our research strategy, as well as our research priorities. At the Research and Innovation Directorate, Madam Vice-Chancellor, the Norwegian Embassy staff, and the team from NORAD, we want to assure you that we are committed to working closely with the Embassy in managing all the funding that is going to come in our funding partnership. We're also supporting the academic collaborations and all the collaborators that we're going to work. We did emphasize about the consortia in our previous engagement. We talked about how we can build these consortia very well. So in closing, I would like to once again thank the Royal Norwegian Embassy, our partners at NORAD, also at NOREC, and collaborating institutions here present and those who are online listening to us this afternoon. I must say that it's been a wonderful engagement all of you, and we believe that as we leave this program, we will be encouraged and we will always align and be committed to advancing the next phase of this Ghana-Norway collaboration. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is David Atupansa. I work as an associate professor with the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology at the Department of Mechanical Engineering. I'm also director of the Blue Hammond Energy Center, where we focus on energy and sustainability research. I'm pleased to record this short video to share my experience studying in Norway a couple of years back. So in 2015, the university granted me study leave to study, and I had the opportunity to study at the Norwegian University of Life Sciences, NMBU. It's located in Ås. Ås is about 20 minutes from Oslo by train. So NMBU gave me a fantastic and a really conducive environment, very peaceful environment to study. The faculty and the admin system was extremely supportive. So I was able to finish my studies on time, in fact, ahead of time. I met great friends there who still remain an integral part of my professional network. Many of them are Africans, and we're still in contact. I was back in Norway last year, met some of my friends there. They are Norwegians, so obviously they're in their country serving, and it was great reconnecting. So back for about 8 years now. I'm happy to be serving my country. But I also maintain very strong connection with the university back in Norway. As I mentioned earlier, last year I visited. The university hosted me in Ås. I used the time there to work on some research topics that I really didn't have the space to work on while here. So NMBU has been a great place for me. I'm grateful to the Norwegian government, Norwegian people. I benefited from the quota program, and I'm glad that I'm back serving my country and serving the world. In fact, because of the contact I maintain with NMBU, I also do provide some service from time to time to the university. I do serve as a guest lecturer in some selected topics. I do examine a postgraduate student thesis. So it's been a great opportunity, and it's my hope and wish that the collaboration will continue and grow from strength to strength for the benefit of both countries. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Hello.
Hi allesammans. Jeg heter Ikenya Michedako. My name is Ikenya Michedako. Tusen takk for den muligheten til å dele min erfaring med dere. Thank you for the opportunity to share my experiences with you. So I went to study in Norway in 2012. I was the youngest in my class in University of Bergen. It was such a wonderful experience. My professor was Ragnhild Overa, and I went there studying development geography, moved on to study international community development at University of Oslo, and I gained so many experiences, knowledge, skills. My perspective about life was different after my studies. This catapulted me into working with the UN, working with other international organizations. Based on this experience, I have my own consultancy doing research and development, working with different government organizations and promoting inclusive science and global development. I'm very grateful for these experiences I've gained because I am able to use it to help my country, Ghana. And I think it was one thing that our funding officers kept saying that, hey, after your quota scheme, you need to go back to Ghana to help the country. That's the purpose of the quota program. So we all made it our goal to come back after our studies in Norway. Norway was such a good experience. I think mange erfaring når det kommer om maten jeg spiste. Jeg tenker om pinnasjotten, knekkebrød, riskake. Når jeg tenker om varm sjokolade i julen, Christmas, sant? It was such a good experience. I'm just mentioning some of the meals that I used to enjoy in Norway. Jeg vil bare si tusen takk til Norge, også til Ghana, den universitetet for den kollaboration, også for den mulighet at den ga meg til å lære i Norge. Just saying thank you to the Norway and also University of Ghana for the collaboration on the quota scheme and for all the knowledge I've gained and for it starting my career and development. Tusen takk og vi snakkes. Ha det.
Thank you very much. For those of us who don't understand, I can do consulting for you. I will link up with one of our partners and then we'll charge you a small fee and then we'll tell you what she said. So thank you very much for being here. We heard about the experiences and the opportunities for future collaboration, and we hope that our students have taken notes and will carry this on and carry it forward. We want to acknowledge some of the other institutions here in Ghana that were part of this discussion. Do we have anyone here from KNUST? KNUST, yes, thank you very much. Thank you so much for being here. Anyone here from UCC? UCC, oh yes, yes, thank you very much. UPSA, UPSA. Okay. Ghana Communication Technology University, GCTU. GCTU, anyone from GCTU? ATU, Accra Technical University. I understand some of them watched online. So want to acknowledge all of you for being part of this very important event. We want to thank you for sitting through. Let's keep the discussions going. Let's keep engaging. Let's keep the partnerships growing. And hopefully, very soon we'll meet again to see how far and how much we've advanced in the partnership. So I wish all of you safe journey back home. As you exit, please, there's lunch at the pagoda. Please pick up your lunch pack before you leave here. And we look forward to meeting you again at future events. Have a great afternoon. Thank you very much.